So I lit some incense earlier because I was reading my tarot, as one does. And now I'm just coughing up a storm because of all of the incense, which is perfect for this. If you don't know me, I'm Avers. I play video games sometimes. On Sundays, which is what today is, we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes together. So welcome if you're new around here. This is week 17. This is the 17th episode, as it were, which is wild to me. So today we're going to be looking up things that start with the letter Q. So if you have a topic that you want us to read about, let me know. The only requisite is that two prerequisites. One, it has to start with the letter Q this week. Two, it has to be Wikipediable. Wikipediable? That's a word, right, Fox? Fox, how are you? It's good to see you. I like the Let's Go in GTA font. That's very nice. It's very nice. What are you up to? Let me know if you have any Q topics. I hope you're doing well. It was a struggle to get this going this morning. I'm not gonna lie. I had to really talk myself into it this morning and give myself time to journal and reflect and take care of myself because I was not in a headspace to do this. So hopefully now is the time. You want to get into it? Should we just get into it? Let's just get into it. The letter Q. Q is the 17th letter of the modern English alphabet and the ISO basic Latin alphabet. Its name in English is pronounced Q, most commonly spelled Q, but also Q, and Q. Here it is, letter Q. I just realized I've still got some real funky saxophone happening, which is fine. Nothing wrong with funky saxophone, but I feel like it's just not quite the vibe for this. Let me find something a little bit more. Oh gosh, who's doing this?
Some stuff. D.
Let's learn some stuff. Fox, thank you for the resub. Oh god, guys.
Gimps Madnabbers. Q is a great letter because it is used in the word quarterback.
Do you want my Madden? Do you want it? Do you really want it? Q is a great letter because it's used in the word quarterback. How's that? I am convinced that no one on the planet has a better John Madden impression than me. Fox, thank you for the resub. I really appreciate that. It's very sweet. Gimp, thank you for the bits. Aggie Mommy, hi. Hello, I'm on it. I'm crushing it. Good morning, all. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another thrilling episode of Wikipedia with me. Thrilling, I say. Will the music work? Is it gonna work? Oh, there it is. Very chill. Very chill, very laid back. So if you have a Q word, let me know and I will look it up. Hey, how you been? Good to see you. Oh God, who's what? Sable!
Exclamation mark lurk.
Thank you for the lurk and thank you for the bits. Why are you all being so sweet? What's happening? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I was just telling Fox I was in a weird mood this morning where it was very difficult to get this going and I had to journal and read my tarot and take a minute. So thank you all for being here and thank you for understanding my propensity to be yeah, this starts at 12 EST and then it really just starts whenever I want. Sable, thank you for the bits. Hype train! Is there actually a hype train happening? Listen, calm yourselves. It's weird. We just started. But if you do have a Q word you want me to look into, let me know. Quantum, oh my God.
Gimps Madna Abbers. If the scam train is happening, prepare to protect the quarterback.
I think the scam train is happening because of all of you. Thank you for the bits, you guys. Qubits is one of the topics I want to get into. Quantum entanglement. Okay, so I have quantum in here. Just quantum in and of itself, and then we can kind of go off into quantum land, wherever that takes us. So quantum entanglement we can do. Gimp, do I owe you another Madden? Abers is a scam trade happening. Prepared to protect the quarterback. Do we need to look up quarterbacks as well? Let me throw Quantum earlier on into the lineup here. And then let me get quarterbacks happening. You guys are very sweet. Thank you for the hype train and all of the love and support and kindness. I really appreciate it. I don't know. So I get into this weird existential place in general in life, but also streaming kind of exacerbates it so yesterday I streamed some World of Warcraft, as one does, and I struggle with that game because I love it so much, and also there's so much rampant misogyny in that game in terms of the people that play it, in terms of the people that created it, and so randomly I'll talk about it, and then some dude will be like, ha, 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 and then I just get angry and yell at them. So yelling at random strangers on the internet is interesting because it's not super satisfying for me, because I always question whether or not, oh God.
11 months, yo.
11 months, yo. 11 months, Goon. Thank you for the 11 months. I always question it because I've been told my whole life that I'm too emotionally reactive. And so I always wonder where is the line between giving myself grace when I get angry about things versus holding myself accountable when I get angry about things. Does that make sense? So I was in a weird headspace this morning with streaming because of yesterday's stream. Cause I don't know, when people make seemingly innocuous jokes, when I'm talking about how I've struggled with the misogyny I've experienced in WoW and playing hardcore, it's just ooh, it awakens this thing in me where I'm fuck you, and I know it's not necessarily constructive to do that, but also I feel very righteously indignant about my anger. So the streaming thing, guys, if you've been here a while, you know that this is something that weighs heavy on my heart, and maybe heavier than it should. TLDR, y'all are very sweet. Thank you for being here. This has been, like I said, it was a struggle to do this morning, but I also knew that I really wanted to do it. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the scam train. You're very sweet. I'm going to stop crying. Maybe. I can't actually guarantee that. I might just cry the entire stream, and you're going to like it. Give me subs and bits, damn it, for my tears. I'm just kidding. Am I? Who knows? Do we dare jump into quantum entanglement? I think we do. I think jumping in is the only way to talk about quantum entanglement, right? Let's see. Say no, ho, hi. Don't hold yourself unaccountable. Rage, girlfriend. Thanks. Joking. Love you always. Thanks. Always on your side, homie. Thanks. I really appreciate that. Well, so I was reading my tarot this morning, which I use tarot as a kind of self-reflection tool and as a way to kind of, I don't know, look at what's happening in my subconscious and kind of journal it out and kind of figure out why I'm feeling what I'm feeling. Because I have big emotions. And one of the cards, a card that I pulled from my Oracle deck, is just unapologetic, is what it said. And I was like, that feels appropriate. That feels right. So I should probably just do that. So thank you. Y'all are sweet. Good morning, Fun. Good morning, everyone. Fun, I've got yours on the list. I've got Quetzalcoatlus. It's on here. I wonder, good, I know that you had one. Helen Quinn. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's get on this. Let's get into it. Helen Quinn. Wiki. Done. Ooh, cool. Okay. All right. So here's what I think we're going to do in terms of order right now. We've got quarterback for GIMP. We've got quantum, and we're just going to jump into quantum, whether it be quantum entanglement or quantum computing or just quantum theory in general. Then we'll talk about Helen Quinn, and then we'll talk about Quetzalcoatlus, followed by Quetzalcoatl, I think. Followed by Qbert, because I love Qbert. That's one of my favorite arcade games. Followed by Queercore, followed by Qubits, followed by other things depending on time allowing it. So that's what we'll do. Read into the completely legit. Oh God, QAnon. Oh God. I mean, I yeah. Let me type it in. I mean, you know, I feel like it's one that maybe I should know more about, but it's one that because it's so ridiculous, I kind of dismiss it and have not learned a whole lot. I haven't really dove into it. Dive, dove. Dove would be the past participle of dive, yes? I have dove before, probably, right? My brain wants to go diving, and that's not a word. Okay, you're joking? Okay, thank you. I was like, I really don't want to, but we can, but I don't want to. I mean, we can do like the TLDR of it. I don't want to. Let's not. But we can read about the letter Q. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the scam train. Did everyone get emotes and things? Did that happen? Did we do it? Did we win? I hope you got emotes, you beautiful humans. Okay. Q! Letter Q. This is a wild cursive Q that I don't remember. Is that how you do it in cursive? Apparently it is, but I don't remember that being the way. The little baby Q, the baby Q, minuscula, the lowercase Q, I remember, but the uppercase Q looks wild. Maybe that is how you do a cursive Q. It does look wild, though. It's like a big old 2, right? Quick aerials, Rocket League. Okay, hold on. Aerials. I knew I was spelling it wrong. Rocket League Wiki. As long as it's Wikipedia-able, we'll do it. Wiki how? What if I just do quick aerials wiki and see what comes up? I don't know if it's gonna work, but Westside Navajo, if you wanna teach us about it, do it. Yeah, it looks like a 2, right? Teller of Truths is a teller of truth, so we gotta trust them. Quantum computing is on there. Yeah, we got it. Teller of Truths. We'll get into it. We'll jump right into quantum land. I'm terrified, but we'll do it. We got it. Teller of Truths. It's on there. So welcome everybody to Q Week. Let's look at the history of the letter Q real quick. Here's the Egyptian hieroglyph. Kind of looks like a watch, right? Like a wristwatch. Then we've got the Phoenician, which is kind of cool. Greek, Copa? Quopa? Sure. Etruscan, looking like a magnifying glass maybe. And then the Latin Q. And now we know. Okay, we're gonna do quarterback for GIMP and then we'll jump into quantum land. Okay. Quarterback, commonly abbreviated QB, colloquially known as the signal caller. Colloquially, hard to say, implies that people, that's kind of like the ubiquitous term that people use frequently, and I don't think that's true. I don't know a lot about football, but I've very rarely, if ever, heard a quarterback referred to as a signal caller. Question mark? Okay, question mark will be yours. Just a reminder, you beautiful humans, only one topic per person, okay? I'm only one streamer. But I like the idea of question mark. That's a fun one. We'll throw that in front of these ones. Okay. And actually maybe Quetzalcoatl I'll throw back here. All right. Quarterbacks. Stuff. Things. Football. Signal caller. Position in gridiron football. Quarterbacks are members of the offensive platoon and mostly line up directly behind the offensive line. In modern American football, the quarterback is usually considered the leader of the offense and is often responsible for calling the play in the huddle. Quarterback also touches the ball on almost every offensive play and is the offensive player that almost always throws forward passes. When the quarterback is tackled behind the line of scrimmage, it is called a sack. And now we know. GIMP, is there anything in particular that you want me to dive into with quarterbacks? Speak now, because otherwise I might move on. Of course, Teller of Truth, thanks for being here. How are you? I hope you're having a wonderful day, whatever time of day it is for you. Here, we'll look at some pictures. Here's a quarterback. His name is Mike Quinn. Mike Quinn. Quinn starts with a Q. Huh? You're good? Let me ask John Madden. I think we read enough about football, but we can always read more about football, because everybody loves football. This is a Navy quarterback. This is Craig Candetto pitching the ball. We're just running an option-based offense. This is QB Aaron Rodgers. Controversial.
figure in football. You know why. The Green Bay Packers, they're breaking the huddle. I'm John Madden. We're talking about dual threat quarterbacks. This is Michael Vick. He's a dual threat quarterback because he smashes people and he throws the ball. His mobility is something. It all makes sense, right? That quarterback was when something cost 75 cents and you give them a US dollar and then they give you a quarter back. Boo, 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 boo. Nice. Well done, team. We really did it. We really read about quarterbacks. You really did a good job. Look at this picture. Not sexual at all. Okay, anyway, here's a man who's honest. This is Bo McMillan, tossing a pass. Amazing impersonation. Thank you. I really think I have a very good... I'm not joking when I say I think my John Madden impersonation is pretty dead on. Now, granted, your whole world has been a lie. Granted, I'm realizing I haven't actually heard John Madden speak in a long time, and I feel the need to maybe... Too bad it's not M Week. M Week Season 2, we're going to have to read about John Madden. Here's some football boys. This is an illustration of the T formation. Here's another football boy. This is Steve Spurrier, under center. This is Bob Grease. All right. Football? Are we ready to jump into quantum land? I don't know if we are. When I say we, I mean me, but I'm going to try my best, guys. So quantum computing, quantum entanglement, I think those are the two things that we'll get into. Maybe a little bit of quantum mechanics. I don't know. So I learned about the quarterball foot kick, guys. Yeah, we did it. We all learned so much about football just now, didn't we? All right, quantum, just in general, quantum. In physics, a quantum, plural quanta, is the minimum amount of any physical entity, physical property, involved in an interaction. The fundamental notion that a physical property can be quantized is referred to as the hypothesis of quantization. Quantization? Is that the same as like quantizing when you quantize something in music? If you quantize something in music, what you mean is you're making it mathematically perfect. And generally speaking, our ears don't like it because it's not natural. It feels very robotic. So I wonder if this is like a similar idea. Quantization is the systematic transition procedure from a classical understanding of physical phenomena to a newer understanding known as quantum mechanics. It is a procedure for constructing quantum mechanics from classical mechanics. Totally makes sense to me. Very high. How are you? That's a very cute emote. A lot of cute emotes in chat today. A lot of good ones. I don't really watch Hansha McNucket, but that is it's it's classy, elegant, sophisticated. Hi, it's good to see you. Happy Sunday. Happy Q week on Wikipedia with me. Let's see. We're reading about quantum. It's happening. Okay, so hypothesis of quantization. This means that the magnitude of the physical property can take on only discrete values consisting of integer multiples of one quantum. For example, a photon is a single quantum of light or any other form of electromagnetic radiation. Similarly, the energy of an electron bound within an atom is quantized and can exist only in certain discrete values. Atoms and matter in general are stable because electrons can exist only at discrete energy levels within an atom. Quantization is one of the foundations of a much broader physics, quantum mechanics. Let's just get a TLDR of quantum mechanics, okay? Quantum mechanics is a fundamental theory in physics that provides a description of the physical properties of nature at the scale of atoms and subatomic particles. It is the foundation of all quantum physics, including quantum chemistry, quantum field theory, quantum technology, etc., and so on and so forth. So when we're talking about quantum stuff, it's just the things that are very small. Yeah? It's just things that are very, very small. I think. Quantization of energy and its influence on how energy and matter interact. quantum electrodynamics, is part of the fundamental framework for understanding and describing nature. Okay, etymology and discovery. The word quantum is the neuter singular of the Latin interrogative adjective quantus, meaning how much. Quanta, the neuter plural, short for quanta of electricity, electrons, was used in 1902 article on the photoelectric effect by Philip Leonard, who credited Hermann von Helmholtz for using the word in the area of electricity. However, the word quantum in general was well known before 1900, e.g. quantum was used in E.A. Poe's Loss of Breath. What is that? What's that all about? Loss of Breath, also known as Loss of Breath, tale neither in nor out of Blackwood, is a short story written by American author Edgar Allan Poe under the pseudonym Littleton Barry. What a pseudonym, first of all. A satirical tale. Story is narrated by Mr. Lackobreath. Okay, all right, Edgar Allan Poe. It's often used by physicians, such as the term quantum satis, the amount which is enough. Both Helmholtz and Julius von Mayer were physicians as well as physicists. Helmholtz used quantum with reference to heat in his article on Mayer's work, and the word quantum can be found in the formulation of the first law of thermodynamics by Mayer in his letter dated July 24th, 1841. In 1901, Max Planck used quanta to mean quanta of matter and electricity, gas and heat. In 1905, in response to Planck's work and the experimental work of Leonard, who explained his results by using the term quanta of electricity, Albert Einstein suggested that radiation existed in spatially localized packets, which he called quanta of light, Lichtquanta. The concept of quantization of radiation was discovered in 1900 by Max Planck, who had been trying to understand the emission of radiation from heated objects known as black-body radiation. By assuming that energy can be absorbed or released in only tiny differential discrete packets, which he called bundles or energy elements, Planck accounted for certain objects changing color when heated. On December 14, 1900, Planck reported his findings to the German Physical Society and introduced the idea of quantization for the first time as part of his research on black body radiation. As a result of his experiments, Planck deduced the numerical value of H, known as the Planck constant, and reported more precise values for the unit of electrical charge and the Avogadro-Loschmidt number. Okay, fun fact about Avogadro's number. There's a I wonder if it still exists. This is what's so weird about living in our timeline with COVID and everything. But there once was, and possibly still is, a little restaurant bar called Avogadro's Number in Fort Collins, the town where I grew up. And it's the most like crunchy, like granola hippie establishment that you would ever been to. So they had like kombucha on tap and like tempeh Tuesdays where you could get like a tempeh burger for like half off. And like it's one of those places that like perpetually smells like patchouli and sweat. Do you know what I mean? But it's also what a great little hippie bar. And I never really knew what Avogadro's number was until I took chemistry in high school. And I was like, oh, that's what the bar is referring to. Yeah. Avocado's number, as I call it. Love that. Love that for you. Love that for us, Viri. I'm into that. Let's see. So the number of real molecules in a mole. Okay, here's another thing. I remember learning in chemistry about moles. And so this is what's so funny about, I love teachers and our creativity, and also how ineffective we are sometimes. I just remember mole being a really, really big number. Is that true? Or maybe it's a really small number, but it has a lot of decimals. Oh God, what is a mole? But we had to, we had to sew together we made like mole, like stuffed animals for chemistry class. I don't know why. Okay, the symbol mole is the SI base unit of an amount of substance. The quantity amount of a substance is measured in how many elementary entities of a given substance are in an object sample. Elementary entities. Okay. Depending on what substance is, an elementary entity may be an atom, a molecule. Right. Okay. So we're measuring tiny things. We're measuring tiny things. For some reason, in order to help us remember that, my chemistry teacher had us make like little like mole plushies, which was cute and confusing. Why do they decide to measure things using small blind animals? Great question. Well, that's what I mean. It's like, okay, so I remember in high school making a stuffed animal mole, like the animal, and I made mine bowling pin themed, and I glued it to a bowling pin. Why did I do this? I don't know. How did I get a bowling pin? I also don't know. I guess we were supposed to make them themey. But again, I remember doing that project. I don't actually remember what a mole is. AP chemistry, baby. Okay, anyway. Now, granted, I graduated high school 15-ish years ago. So, yeah, I mean, that accounts for something. Anyway, number of real molecules in a mole to the German Physical Society. After his theory was validated, Planck was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics for his discovery in 1918. Quantization. While quantization was the first discovered in electromagnetic radiation, it describes a fundamental aspect of energy not just restricted to photons. In attempting to bring theory into agreement with experiment, Max Planck postulated that electromagnetic energy is absorbed or emitted in discrete packets or quanta. Wondergoon, you gotta run. Oh, good to see you. I'm really excited to read about, oh God, what's her name? Oh God, where did she go? Oh God, Helen. I'm really excited to read about Helen Quinn. Thank you for your topic. We'll read about her next. I'm sorry we didn't get to her while you were still here. But thank you for being here, and thank you for giving me an awesome woman in STEM to read about. It's always a pleasure. Also, Zenith, hi. Okay, tag team. So Wondergoon out, Zenith in. You love to see it. Zenith joins the party. A new challenger approaches. Zenith, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hello. How are you? It's good to see you. Okay, quantization. Oh, we read about it. Okay, so now quantum entanglement was one that we were going to read about. So we'll go there next, and then quantum computing. Okay, okay, yeah, okay, all right. Okay, so quantum entanglement first, then quantum computing. Are you ready? Are you prepared? I keep asking you all if you're ready and prepared. I think you are. I'm just always scared of very sciencey things that are whoosh. But I do find quantum land and quantum physics to be fascinating. It's just it's one of those that's so difficult to understand on a fundamental level that I get intimidated by it, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't learn about it, right? What that really means is that we should dive in and learn more about it if we're intimidated by it. Yeah. Let's see. I've lined up some random Q name celebrities from the past and present if we get stuck at any point. Thank you, Fox. I appreciate that. Let's see. Quantum breaks my brain. Yes, I'm only slightly prepared. Same. It breaks my brain too. And I think it breaks most people's brains. Let's get into it. Why not? Hello, fellow Fox friend. Oh my God, I have 2 foxes in the chat. Blessed. What a blessed day. Okay. Quantum entanglement. Quantum entanglement is the physical phenomenon that occurs when a group of particles are generated, interact, or share spatial proximity in a way such that quantum state of each particle of the group cannot be described independently. I don't know why I'm yelling about it. Cannot be described independently of the state of the others, including when the particles are separated by a large distance. Okay, so Fox, in an effort to have this explained to me like I'm 5, when we talk about quantum land and quantum theory and things that are very small, I know that there's this kind of understanding that quantum things can be in 2 places at once, theoretically. Is that they can be in 2 places at once and also in neither place kind of a thing? Is that what quantum entanglement is talking about? Or does that question even make sense? I don't know. Let's keep reading though. Maybe we'll understand. The topic of quantum entanglement is at the heart of the disparity between classical and quantum physics. Entanglement is a primary feature of quantum mechanics lacking in classical mechanics. This is why I'm glad I never took quantum physics. So the highest level science class I took was AP chemistry. I actually never took a physics class in high school, and I wish I had, looking back, because physics is really cool, but I think because I was such a jazz nerd, I was I don't need physics. I need to take more jazz band classes. So, win some, you lose some, I guess. All right, measurements of physical properties such as, here we go, okay, such as position, momentum, spin, and polarization performed on entangled particles can, in some cases, be found to be perfectly correlated. For example, if a pair of entangled particles is generated such that their total spin is known to be 0, and one particle is found to have clockwise spin on a first axis, then the spin of the other particle, measured on the same axis, is found to be anti-clockwise. Let's see, Fenaria had to take physics in the first year of college, and boy, was that a struggle. I believe it. I was going to say, in college, I never really took any science classes, I don't think I had to take any science classes in college. Music major, dropped out of music school, and then anthropology major. Okay, so in anthropology, I should correct myself, because I did have to take physical anthropology, which is, that's like more of a hard science than a soft science. And then I also took so physical anthropology, anthropology of like evolutionary biology, which gets into more kind of hard sciencey stuff. So I did take some science classes in that regard, but not like physics or like chemistry or anything like that in college. But yeah, Mercenary Jane, me too. My mind is just like, whoop, done. I don't understand. Also, it's good to see you. Welcome to Q Week. Part of the idea of the ability of atomic and subatomic matter and the reactive process. Okay. Clockwise and counterclockwise equals 0. Yeah, confusing, because clockwise, counterclockwise. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. Let's see. I switched my catalog year in college to not have to take physics. Physics hard. I think, again, it's one of those things that I find fascinating, and also it's just whoosh, you know? So I do kind of wish, not at the college level, but at the high school level, I wish I had taken physics. I feel like that would have maybe been a little bit more accessible, yeah? I don't know. Physics for dummies. Oh, you know what I did have to take? Okay, I did take an astronomy class. That was pretty sciencey in college. So I did have to take a few different science classes now that I'm thinking back. Okay, anyway, where are we? What happened? Okay, we read about the pairs. We read about anti-clockwise. Okay, however, this behavior gives rise to seemingly paradoxical effects. Right. Any measurement of a particle's properties results in an irreversible wave function collapse of that particle and changes the original quantum state. With entangled particles, such measurements affect the entangled system as a whole. Astronomy was rough. It was rough because, bless my teacher, brilliant professor. She was Chinese and she had a very thick Chinese accent. And so it was really difficult to understand her. So when you add that in terms of a kind of like linguistic barrier, on top of subject matter that is just super heady and intellectual, like that made it like really difficult. It was also a lecture class. So it was in this like giant lecture hall and she didn't take attendance. So I literally only went to that class on test days. I got a C, I think. So, you know, C's get degrees. Main problem is that a lot of this is still theoretical. Yeah. It just feels like science fiction can't properly grok that it is not fiction. Grok. Hydrate, baby, hydrate. Thank you. Cannot properly grasp that no, it's not fiction. Hold on, what fun? Hold on, what? Thank you for the hydrate. I also definitely spilled some water on my face because I'm a class act. Okay. Chat, meds, hydration check. Do it. I took my meds before streaming. Meds, hydration, snack. Do you need a snack? Do you need meds? Do you need hydration? Very thank you for that. I appreciate it. More hydration and breathing. Do you want like a real breathe? I kind of want a real breathe. Do you guys want to meditate while we talk about quantum land real quick? If you feel so inclined, you don't have to, but if you feel so inclined, get to a comfortable position wherever you are. If you need more energy in your life, you can do palms up. If you need more grounding, you can do palms down. I'm going to do palms down because I need more grounding. And then if you feel so inclined, you can close your eyes if that feels comfortable. If that doesn't feel comfortable, you can find kind of like a soft gaze in front of you. And then just start like noticing your breath and check in with it. Maybe see like, is your breath labored? Is it easy to breathe? Is your breath kind of shallow? Is it slow? Is it fast? Just notice it. And then maybe you can make your breath just a little bit slower, a little bit deeper, if that feels good. Maybe you can breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, if that feels good. And then if you feel so inclined, on your next inhale, you can say to yourself, I know that I'm breathing in. Exhale, I know that I'm breathing out. Inhale, breathing in, I calm my mind and my body. Exhale, breathing out, I smile. Inhale, breathing in this present moment. Exhale, I know this is a perfect moment. I know that I'm breathing in. I know that I'm breathing out. Breathing in, I calm my mind and my body. Breathing out, I smile. Breathing in this present moment. I know this is a perfect moment. And then whenever you're ready, you can kind of open your eyes again and come back. Come back from where you were. Breathe, baby, breathe. Actually feels kind of nice to breathe. Thank you for that, Zenith. Thank you for that. Now I feel so zen and calm. I feel very ready to read more about quantum mechanics. Okay, dangerously close to sleepy since I'm laying down. Hey, I mean, maybe sleep is what your body needs. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, let's see. We were reading about paradoxical effects. Right, okay, right. With entangled particles, such measurements affect the entangled system as a whole. Right, okay, so I want to look at this picture real quick. This is a laser beam. This is a crystal. This is a vertically polarized photon. These are vertically polarized photons. These are horizontally polarized photons. These are entangled photons. Does that picture help? Spontaneous parametric down conversion process. What the fuck? We can split photons into type 2 photon pairs with a mutually perpendicular polarization. So this is what we're talking about, like paradoxical, whatever the fuck. Sure. Okay. Such phenomena were the subject of a 1935 paper by Albert Einstein, Boris Podolsky, and Nathan Rosen, and several papers by Erwin Schrödinger shortly thereafter, describing what came to be known as the EPR paradox. Einstein and others considered such behavior impossible as it violated the local realism view of causality. Einstein referring to it as spooky. Also spooky. That's I love the use of spooky by a brilliant scientist. Spooky action at a distance. And argued that the accepted formulation of quantum mechanics must therefore be incomplete. And it's all theoretical. That's what you were saying, Fox. Okay. Later, however, the counterintuitive predictions of quantum mechanics were verified in tests where polarization or spin of entangled particles was measured at separate locations, statistically violating Bell's inequality. In earlier tests, it couldn't be ruled out that the result at one point could have been subtly transmitted to the remote point, affecting the outcome at the second location. What? Earlier tests, it couldn't be ruled out. It could not be ruled out that the result of one point could have been subtly transmitted to the remote point, affecting the outcome of the second location. Okay. However, so-called loophole-free Bell tests have been performed where the locations were sufficiently separated that communications at speed of light would have taken longer. In one case, 10,000 times longer than the interval between the measurements. According to some interpretations of quantum mechanics, the effect of one measurement occurs instantly. Okay. Other interpretations which don't recognize wave function collapse dispute that there is any effect at all. However, all interpretations agree that entanglement produces correlation between the measurements and that the mutual information between the entangled particles can be exploited, but that any transmission of information at faster than light speeds is impossible. Okay. Yeah, I understand this. I Starknuckle. I'm trying my best. Starknuckle, it's good to see you. What are you up to? Guys, if you don't know my little brother, I highly recommend you go check him out. Yeah, no, I understand. I know some of these words. You got this. Thanks, Fun. Quantum entanglement has been demonstrated experimentally with photons, neutrinos, electrons, molecules as large as buckyballs. The fuck is a buckyball? Whoa! Okay, hold on. Buckminster fullerene is a type of fullerene with the formula C60. It has a cage-like fused ring structure, truncated icosahedron, made of 20 hexagons and 12 pentagons, and resembles a soccer ball. Oh. A buckyball is a soccer ball. It's a science soccer ball. Each carbon atom has 3 bonds. All right, good enough. That's enough of that. You can add simple to the beginning. Simple buckyball? Is that what you mean? Oh, simple.wikipedia instead. Shut up, really? Is that a thing? All right, we're gonna do it. Hold on. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that in a second here. Let me just finish reading the sentence. Small diamonds. Utilization of entanglement in communication, computation, and quantum radar is very active area of research and development. Yo, I didn't know about the simple thing. Okay, hold on. Simple.wikipedia/quantum mechanics. Oh my God. Starknuckle, I never knew about this. I need this in my life. Wow, this is really small and I can't see anything. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Quantum mechanics explain how the universe works at a scale smaller than atoms. It's also called quantum physics or quantum theory. Mechanics is part of physics that explains how things move, and quantum is the Latin for how much. Quantum of energy is the least amount possible or the least extra amount, and quantum mechanics describes how that energy moves or interacts. Yo, this is the play of the game. Yo, Starknuckle. Yo, Starknuckle. This is game changing. Thank you. I was like, I need to explain it to me like I'm 5 for stuff like this. So this is perfect. Thank you. Yes. Okay. All right. Atoms used to be considered the smallest building blocks of matter, but modern science has shown that there are even smaller particles like protons, neutrons, and electrons. Quantum mechanics describes how the particles that make up atoms work. Where has this been all my life? This is so great. Thank you. This helps my brain so much. So much. The idea I get is that matter is stretched so much at the light speed and beyond that it's impossible for atoms to connect, potentially torn apart completely. That sounds good to I like that you use a despair emote. That sounds good to me. I like that. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds good. Let's see. Quantum mechanics also tells us how electromagnetic waves like light work. Wave-particle duality means that particles behave like waves and waves behave like particles. They are not two kinds of thing. They are something like both. This is their duality. Much of modern physics and chemistry can be described and understood using the mathematical rules of quantum mechanics. Okay. Mathematics used to study subatomic particles and electromagnetic waves is very complex because they act in strange ways. This is really helpful. Yeah, so it's the study of very small things and how they move and how they're all related, right? is the base. That's like the TLDR. Okay, the last quantum thing we were going to look up is quantum computing. So let's see. Teller of Truths, if you're still there, let me know tell me what your thoughts are on quantum computing. We're gonna read about it. Dude, the simple wiki thing, chef's kiss. That's so helpful. Thank you, Star Knuckle. Okay, quantum computing is a type of computation that harnesses the collective properties of quantum states, such as superposition, interference, and entanglement. And we talked about entanglement, right? No thoughts, just vibes. Okay, nice. I like it. It just sounds interesting. Yeah, it is interesting. The devices that perform quantum computations are known as quantum computers. Though current quantum computers are too small to outperform usual classical computers for practical applications, they are believed to be capable of solving certain computational problems, such as integer factorization, which underlies RSA encryption, substantially faster than classical computers. The study of quantum computing is a subfield of quantum information science. So quantum computing, just as a means of measuring quantum things, small things, right? Basically, pretty much. And cryptography. What is cryptography? I have to save that for C-Week. C-Week, season 2. Several types of quantum computers, known as quantum computing systems, including the quantum circuit model, quantum Turing machine. Oh yeah, that's the guy. Isn't that one Cumberbatch movie? I don't know. The nanotech, probably. It's probably related to nanotech. Yeah, I think so. Adiabatic quantum computer, one-way quantum computer, various quantum. Oh, we're gonna get into qubits later. Oh my God, should we just get into qubits now? All right, hold on. We'll get into it. Okay, so. Where did I first read about? What? Okay, so what? Okay, hold on. What? I got this. It's gonna be fine. One-way quantum computer, various quantum cellular automata. The most widely used model is the quantum circuit, based on the quantum bit or qubit, which is somewhat analogous to the bit in classical computation. A qubit can be in a 1 or 0 quantum state, or in the superposition of the 1 and 0 states. When it is measured, however, it is always 0 or 1. The probability of either outcome depends on the qubit's quantum state immediately prior to measurement. Imitation game. That's the one. Thank you, Teller of Truths. That's what it is. I feel it's just computing, but with a logic based on quantum bits rather than classical bits. That's what it sounds like, yeah. But that means that I need to understand classical bits, don't I? Versus qubits. So would classical bits just be measurement for larger things? Also, guys, I just realized that the lights behind me are moving a lot, and I hate it. Hold, please. Hold, please. It probably doesn't matter. It's probably going to only bother me. Hold, please. I feel much better about that. Okay. Again, probably doesn't bother anyone but me, but it was going to bother me. It's going to bother me a lot. So classical would focus on older ideas and theories. Okay, yeah. Okay. Imitation Game. Yeah. I watched that movie when I was in Bolivia. This is random. It just happened to be on when we were... So I went to Salar de Uyuni, which is like a really big, like... Salt Lake, basically, just like salt flats, which is beautiful and amazing. But when we were there, one of the hotels that we were staying at had like HBO, and we were like, "Ooh, let's watch something." And so Imitation Game was on. So I connect that movie to my time in Bolivia, which makes zero sense, but that's salt flats, it was really beautiful. It was wild. I have all these like crazy pictures of it because it's just like I don't know. I never got to see it after it had rained. That would be really cool. But like after it rains, it's just like a giant mirror, basically. And even then, like it's just like it's just because it's so flat, like it's just horizon for miles and miles and miles and miles, and it's all like I'm pretty sure that's where they filmed that one scene in one of the newer Star Warses with where Luke and Adam Driver have a psychic battle. I'm really good at Star Wars. Don't worry about it. Let's see. North of Daenerys. I know this. Yeah, basically. I mean, honestly, yeah. Daenerys is basically like based on that, right? Like it's got a similar feel. Although even then, like Daenerys is more hilly than Solaria Uni. But yeah. North of Daenerys, exactly. Okay. Efforts towards building a physical quantum computer focus on technologies such as transmons, ion traps, topological quantum computers, which aim to create high-quality qubits. We're going to read about qubits. Can we move on to qubits real quick so that I understand qubits more? Let's do it. So a qubit, quantum bit, is a basic unit of quantum information. Quantum version of the classical binary bit, physically realized with a two-state device. A qubit is a two-state or two-level quantum mechanical system, one of the simplest quantum systems displaying the peculiarity of quantum mechanics. Examples include the spin of the electron, in which two levels can be taken as spin up and spin down, or the polarization of a single photon, in which the two states can be taken to be the vertical polarization and the horizontal polarization. In a classical system, a bit would have to be in one state or the other. However, in quantum mechanics, allows the qubit to be in a coherent superposition of both states simultaneously. There we go. A property that is fundamental to quantum mechanics and quantum computing. This may sound sarcastic, but I feel like I do have a better kind of understanding. I still know nothing, but I feel more confident about the nothing that I know. You know what I mean? Shall we move on to Quetzalcoatlus? Fenaria, are you there? I was going to say, Fenaria, if you're there, we'll read about Quetzalcoatlus. If you're not there, if you're lurky lurks, then we'll read about Qbert. We'll move on to Qbert because it's my favorite arcade game. Return with a muffin and a begging dog. Love it. Okay, fun. Fun is here. Veery is here. What kind of muffin did you get? Quetzalcoatlus. Which actually, you know what? We're going to follow Quetzalcoatlus with Quetzalcoatl just for the sake of, coherency and whatnot. All right, ready? Bless you for trying. Thanks, Fox. I didn't even ask. I was like, is there more you guys want me to talk about? I was like, nope, I'm done now. Thank you for recognizing my effort. I appreciate that. Blueberry muffins. Chef's kiss. Love to see it. I know this. It's a bird from Guatemala. See, we're going to get into it. Okay, so Quetzalcoatlus is a pterosaur known from the late Cretaceous period of North America, Maastrichtian state. It was one of the largest known flying animals of all time. Quetzalcoatlus is a member of the family Asdarchidae, a family of advanced toothless pterosaurs with unusually long, stiffened necks. Its name comes from the Aztec feathered serpent god Quetzalcoatl, which we're going to get into. I got very excited. I knew. It's fine. Let's see. It was a long shot from you. I mean, it was on my list to talk about quantum land anyway. And I'm glad the simple.wiki is going to be my new favorite thing for sciencey things when I'm very confused, because it's super helpful. The Quetzal is the currency of Guatemala. I didn't know that. That's really cool. I love that. Okay, let's see. So the Aztec feathered serpent god Quetzalcoatl in Nahuatl. The type species is Q. northropi, named by Douglas Lawson in 1975. The genus also includes the smaller species Q. lawsoni, which was known for many years as an unnamed species before being named by Brian Andres and Juan Langston Jr. posthumously in 2021. The more you know. Here's a Quetzalcoatlus skeleton. Cool. These are neat. Fun. Is there anything in particular that you would like me to hone in on in terms of Quetzalcoatlus, just like in general? My kind of thinking is always, I don't know, description I think is cool. Paleobiology I think is cool. Cultural significance I think is cool. Really the only thing I would probably skip is classification, but let me know. If you're like, no, I want to read about classification, you let me know. Let's see, here's a cast of the holotype humerus. Wow, what a big humerus. I don't really have like something for scale, but still, that looks like a giant humerus to me. I remember thinking of the flight and how they figured that out being really cool. Okay, cool. We'll get into it. So the first Quetzalcoatlus fossils were discovered in Texas, United States, from the Maastrichtian Javelina Formation at Big Bend National Park, dated around 68 million years ago. In 1971 by Douglas A. Lawson, then a geology graduate student from the Jackson School of Geosciences at the University of Texas at Austin. The specimen consisted of a partial wing, in pterosaurs composed of the forearms and the elongated fourth finger, from an individual later estimated at over 10 meters, 33 feet in wingspan. That's a big old wingspan. Lawson discovered a second site of the same age, about 40 kilometers, 25 miles from the first, where between 1972 and 1974, he and Professor Juan Langston Jr. of the Texas Memorial Museum unearthed 3 fragmentary skeletons of much smaller individuals. Lawson in 1975 announced the find in an article in Science. That same year, in a subsequent letter to the same journal, he made the original large specimen, TMM 414503, the holotype of a new genus and species, Quetzalcoatlus nothropi. The genus name refers to the Aztec feather serpent god Quetzalcoatl. We're going to get into it. So huge, right? The specific name honors John Knutson Northrop, the founder of Northrop, who drove the development of the large tailless flying wing aircraft designs resembling Quetzalcoatlus. Sort of wingspan that I can't really wrap my head around. I love it. Just so huge. It's huge. Yeah. 33 feet. I'm trying to think of something to compare that to, and I don't even know where to begin. It's like 5 tall men lined up, basically. Right? That's how 5 or 6 tall men just all lined up. Okay, anyway, that's how my brain works. At first, it was assumed that the smaller specimens were juvenile or subadult forms of the larger type. Later, when more remains were found, it was realized they could have been separate species. This possible second species from Texas was provisionally referred to as Quetzalcoatlus species, by Alexander Kellner and Langston in 1996, indicating that the status was too uncertain to give it a full new species name. The smaller specimens are more complete than Q. nothropi holotype and include 4 partial skulls, though they are much less massive, with an estimated wingspan of 5.5 meters, 18 feet. Still big, but yeah, not as massive. This is true. This species was named Q. lawsoni in 2021, named after the genus's original describer. So here we have a skeletal reconstruction of Q. lawsoni. Cool. The holotype specimen Q. nothropi has not been properly described and diagnosed until, diagnosed? I've never seen that word before. Until 2021. And until the status of the genus Quetzalcoatlus was identified as problematic. Mark Whitten and colleagues, 2010, noted that the type of species of the genus, the fragmentary wing bones comprising Q. nothropi, represents elements which are typically considered undiagnostic to generic or specific level, and that this complicates interpretations of Asdarchid taxonomy. For instance, Whitten et al., 2010, suggested that Q. nothropi type material is of generalized enough morphology to be near identical to that of other giant Asdarchids, such as the overlapping elements of the contemporary Romanian giant Asdarchid, Hatzegopteryx. Oh. 2 1/4 Toyota Corollas. There you go. 2 1/4 Toyota Corollas. Perfect. That's what we needed. That's giant. That's huge. That's huge. That's a great way to, thank you. I needed that measurement. Thank you. 2 1/4 Toyota Corollas. That's a big old bird monster, huh? Let's see. This being the case, and assuming Q nothropi can be distinguished from other pterosaurs, i.e. if it's not nomen dubium. Nomen dubium is a scientific name of that is unknown or doubtful. Okay, like dubious, that makes sense. Nomen, name, dubium, like doubtful. Perhaps Hatzegopteryx should be regarded as a European occurrence of Quetzalcoatlus. However, Witten et al. Also noted that the skull material of Hatzegopteryx and Q. lawsoni differ enough that they cannot be regarded as the same animal, but that the significance of this cannot be ascertained given the uncertainty over the relationships of Quetzalcoatlus specimens. These issues can only be resolved by Q. nothropi being demonstrated as a valid taxon and its relationships with Q. lawsoni being investigated. An additional complication to these discussions is the likelihood that huge pterosaurs such as Q. nothropi could have made long transcontinental flights, suggesting that locations as disparate as North America and Europe could have shared giant Azhdarchid species. So they could just fly. They could just fly that long of a distance, is what they're suggesting. Yes, that's what they're saying. Because they were huge, they could have flown that far. But also, this would be like pre-Pangea type times, maybe. Still, that's fucking wild. Okay. Anyway, Q. lawsoni was found to be a valid taxon in 2021. And confirmed to belong to the same genus as Q. nothropi. An Azhdarchid neck vertebra, discovered in 2002 from the Maastrichtian Age Hell Creek Formation, may also belong to Quetzalcoatlus. The specimen BMRP 2002.2 was recovered accidentally when it was included in a field jacket prepared to transport part of a Tyrannosaurus specimen. Interesting. Despite this association with the remains of a large carnivorous dinosaur, the vertebra shows no evidence that it was chewed on by the dinosaur. The bone came from an individual Azhdarchid pterosaur estimated to have a wingspan of 5 to 5.5 meters, 16 to 18 feet. Wow. Wow. Look at this size! 2 1/4 Toyota Corollas. Huge. Here, I like how there's like a little human that's like, hello. Hi, I'm a human for scale. Size, they're fucking gigantic. Size, they're fucking huge. Okay, let's just read about the size real quick. When it was first named as a new species in 1975, scientists estimated that the largest Quetzalcoatlus fossils came from an individual with a wingspan as large as 15.9 meters. 52 feet! That's got to be at least 3 Toyota Corollas, right? Gotta be. I would shit myself and praise it as a god. Mayans had it right. Totally. It's true. Yeah, because fucking wild. I wonder if someone has made a Skyrim mod where the dragons are... Oh! Are Quetzalcoatlus? I would imagine so. Probably, right? And that's where it's interesting, this idea of dragons is like, well, we got pterosaurs. Granted, they said earlier that they were toothless, which is wild to me. Like, that blows my mind. That would be a great mod. If it doesn't exist, it should. Let's see. Choosing the middle of 3 extrapolations from the proportions of other pterosaurs gave an estimate of 11 meters, 15.5 meters, and 21 meters, respectively. So 36 feet. This is like 2.5 Corollas, Toyota Corollas, maybe. Right? Sure. Now I'm going to measure everything in Toyota Corollas. 50.85 feet and 68.9 feet. That's like 4 Toyota Corollas. Okay, anyway. In 1981, further advanced studies lowered these estimates to 11 to 12 meters. Still, though, 36 to 39 feet. Fucking wild. Like, look at this compared to an airplane. Fucking wild. So we're comparing Q. nothropi with a Cessna 172 light aircraft. By the way, sorry, so nothropi is the green one. lawsoni is the blue one. Wild. I can see why they thought they were subadults. It makes sense. Okay, so it's like 3 to 4 Corollas. So a Toyota Corolla is between 15 and 16.5 feet. Okay, gotcha. So many Toyota Corollas. All right, more recent estimates based on greater knowledge of Asdarkid proportions place its wingspan at 10 to 11 meters, so 33 to 36 feet. Okay, so yeah, like two-ish, two and a fourth Toyota Corollas. Remains found in Texas in 1971 indicate that this pterosaur had a minimum wingspan of about 11 meters, 36 feet. Wild. Generalized height and bipedal stance based on its wingspan would have been at least 3 meters, 9.8 feet. It's intimidating as fuck. So 9.8 feet high at the shoulder. Weight estimates for giant Asdarkids are extremely problematic because no existing species share a similar size or body plan, and in consequence, published results may vary. Generalized weight based on some studies that have historically found extremely low weight estimates for Quetzalcoatlus was as low as 70 kilograms, so 150 pounds. Now, that seems small to me for a 10 meter, 32 foot, 10 inches individual. That seems small, no? I don't know. Majority of estimates published since the 2000s have been substantially higher, around 200 to 250 kilograms. Yeah, that's a huge disparity. So 440 to 550 pounds. Damn. How many Toyota Corollas is that? Anyway, skull. Here's a skull. Here's a skull reconstruction of the Q. lawsoni. Lawsoni? Skull material from Q. lawsoni? Now I'm questioning my pronunciation. It's fine. Show that Quetzalcoatlus had a very sharp and pointed beak. That is contrary to some earlier reconstructions that showed a blunter snout based on the inadvertent inclusion of jaw material from another pterosaur species. This material was named as the holotype of a genus of short-snouted Asdarkid, Wellnhopterus. In 2021. A skull crest was also present, but its exact form and size are still unknown. Blunter? What's a blunter? Did we read a blunter? More blunt. Did it say blunter? Also, hi Soul Sickness, how are you? Good to see you. Welcome to Wikipedia with me. I don't know if you've been here for one of these, but on Sundays we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes, and so we are reading about things that start with the letter Q today. Hi, it's good to see you. How are you? Yeah, just a blunter snout. A blunter snout. I would say more blunt, but, ER implies more, so blunter. Moving on. We're going to skip the classification. However, here's some bones. So that's cool. Paleobiology. Quetzalcoatlus was abundant in Texas during the Lancian faunal stage of the late Cretaceous. Okay. In a fauna dominated by Alamosaurus. Remember the Alamosaurus? I don't. Love it. Doing well. Thank you, friend. It's good to see you. I'm glad you're doing well. Look at this guy. Alamosaurus is a genus of Opisthocolicodian titanosaurian sauropod dinosaurs. Whew. That's a dinosaur right there. The Alamosaurus Quetzalcoatlus Association probably represents semi-arid inland plains. Quetzalcoatlus had precursors in North America, and its apparent rise to widespreadness may represent the expansion of its preferred habitat rather than an immigration event, as some experts have suggested. It coexisted with the thalassodromine Javelina dactylis, as well as an additional pterosaur taxon, suggesting a relatively high diversity of late Cretaceous pterosaur genera. Okay, all right. Look at these weird pictures. Look at this artist rendition. What the fuck? Artist impression of a group of Quetzalcoatlus feeding on the ground. This is wild. Look at these weird dinosaur birds. My mind is constantly blown. Look at it, it's just eating this dinosaur like nothing. 3 or 4 Toyota Corollas. All right, anyway, feeding. There have been a number of different ideals proposed about the lifestyle of Quetzalcoatlus. Because the area of the fossil site was 400 kilometers, 250 miles removed from the coastline, and there were no indications of large rivers or deep lakes nearby at the end of the Cretaceous, Lawson in 1975 rejected a fish-eating lifestyle, instead suggesting that Quetzalcoatlus scavenged like the marabou stork. Oh, look at this guy. Which will scavenge, but is more of a terrestrial predator of small animals. But then on carcasses of titanosaur sauropods, such as Alamosaurus. Lawson found the remains of a giant pterosaur while searching for the bones of this dinosaur, which formed as an important part of its ecosystem. Hate that picture. It's kind of terrifying, right? There's a lot to unpack in this picture, I'll be honest. It's a whole thing. Yeah. It's a whole thing. They're huge. They're fucking huge. Terrifying. Okay, let's see. In 1996, Lehman and Langston rejected the scavenging hypothesis, pointing out that the lower jaw bent so strongly downward that even when it closed completely, a gap of over 5 centimeters, 2 inches, remained between it and the upper jaw, very different from the hooked beaks of specialized scavenging birds. They suggested that with its long neck vertebrae and long toothless jaws, Quetzalcoatlus fed like modern-day skimmers. Oh, look at this guy. All right. Catching fish during flight while cleaving the waves with its beak. While the skim-feeding view became widely accepted, it was not subjected to scientific research until 2007, when a study showed that for such large pterosaurs, it was not a viable method because the energy cost would be too high due to excessive drag. In 2008, pterosaur workers Mark Whitten and Darren Naish published an examination of possible feeding habits and ecology of Azhdarchids. Whitten and Naish noted that most Azhdarchid remains are found in inland deposits far from seas or other large bodies of water required for skimming. Additionally, the beak, jaw, and neck anatomy are unlike those of any known skimming animal. Rather, they concluded that Azhdarchids were more likely terrestrial stalkers, similar to modern storks, and probably hunted small vertebrates on land or in small streams. Though Quetzalcoatlus, like other pterosaurs, was quadruped when on the ground, which again, this quadruped situation is fucking wild to me. That like that makes zero sense to me, like this picture. But anyway, quadruped when on the ground, Quetzalcoatlus and other Azhdarchids have fore and hind limb proportions more similar to modern running ungulate animals. That's like giraffes. That's fucking wild. Weird. Okay. Than their smaller cousins, implying that they were uniquely suited to terrestrial lifestyle. That's fucking weird. These are weird. The blue part makes me think they're wearing berets. Let me see. I like that. That interpretation makes me like this picture much more, I'll be honest. That's really funny. Nice. Flight. Here we go, fun. We're going to get into flight. Hold, please. Oh, wait. I am a dinosaur. How did you like my terrible French accent? Was it good? I am a terrible dinosaur with a beret. I need to stop. Please stop me. Okay, flight. Here's a restoration of Quetzalcoatlus in flight. The nature of flight in Quetzalcoatlus and other giant Azhdarchids was poorly understood until serious biomechanical studies were conducted in the 21st century. One early 1984 experiment by Paul MacCready used practical aerodynamics to test the flight of Quetzalcoatlus. MacCready constructed a model flying machine, or ornithopter? Redeem Abers points for French accent. Oh, God. It's not a good idea. It's probably very offensive to the French people. Let's see. Constructed a model flying machine, or ornithopter, which, what the fuck is that? Aircraft that flies by flapping its wings. Cool. Okay. Or like ornithology. Ornith meaning birds, right? And then hopter, I assume, meaning flight, because like a helicopter, right? Cool. With simple computing functioning as an autopilot. The model successfully flew with a combination of soaring and wing flapping. The model was based on a then current weight estimate of around 80 kilograms, 180 pounds, far lower than more modern estimates of over 200 kilograms, 440 pounds. Like, yeah, these are big boys. These are very big flying boys. Okay, anyway, where am I? The method of flight in these pterosaurs depends largely on weight, which has been controversial, and widely differing masses have been favored by different scientists. Some researchers have suggested that these animals employed slow, soaring flight, while others have concluded that their flight was fast and dynamic. In 2010, Donald Henderson argued that the mass of Q-Nothropi had been underestimated, even in the highest estimates, and that it was too massive to have achieved power flight. He estimated in his 2010 paper as 540 kilograms, 1,190 pounds. Henderson argued that it may have been flightless. A flightless bird? Right? Ungoro crater vibes. It's true. That's what they base these off of, the little flying boys, right? It is. It's Ungoro vibes for days. Why are all the cool animals extinct? You know, meteors and humans, man. This is why we can't have nice things. Let's see. I love these dudes, but I'm also glad they're not around, just saying. I know, right? It reminds me a little bit of it feels very alien-like. Like for some reason that picture reminded me of, what is the movie? There's a movie where Amy Adams plays a linguist that is trying to decipher alien language, and they're like these weird like octopus aliens. There's something about it that reminds me of those, but I don't really know why. I don't know. Have you seen a giraffe? Giraffes are pretty cool, Pastor Dave. Not gonna lie. They're pretty neat. They're pretty tall. It's good to see you. How are you? Do y'all know the movie that I'm talking about? No, I'd be down. Hashtag coexist. Fair. Yeah, fair. Pastor Dave, welcome to Q Week. We're reading about Quetzalcoatlus right now. Let's see. Flightless is interesting to me. Other flight capability estimates have disagreed with Henderson's research, suggesting instead an animal superbly adapted to long-range extended flight. In 2010, Mike Habib, a professor of biomechanics at Chatham University, and Mark Whitten, a British paleontologist, undertook further investigation into the claims of flightlessness in large pterosaurs. After factoring wingspan, body weight, and aerodynamics, computer modeling led to two researchers to conclude that Q-Nothropi was capable of flight up to 130 kilometers per hour, 80 miles per hour, for 7 to 10 days. 7 to 10 days? Arrival! Thank you, Fun. Arrival. I don't know why. I guess it's just like creatures that are that big. Maybe is the comparison. I don't know. Arrival gives me some... Oh my god, what's the other... There's so many weird sci-fi movies that these guys are reminding me of. There's like a sci-fi horror movie. Oh my god, Star Knuckle, this is one of your favorite movies. Cloverfield. It has some Cloverfield vibes to me as well. The one with the ink aliens. Yeah. Well, and it's interesting, so when they decipher their language, it's like circular and like it's very clearly not based on a linear timeline, and then the movie kind of goes into that in terms of like, then you realize the movie's not based on a linear timeline, which I find fascinating. Just the linguistics nerd in me really loved that movie. I need to see it again. Dark Crystal, the creatures, they ride. Oh, man, it's been a minute since I saw Dark Crystal. The one time, I feel like I've told this story on stream. When I was younger, I got arrested for marijuana possession in Texas, as one does when I was on tour with a band I was playing with, as one does. And as a result of that, I had to take like drug classes, right? And one of our counselors, for whatever reason, made us watch Dark Crystal. I don't remember why. She was fucking badass. She was really cool. I don't know why she made us watch Dark Crystal, but that's like the one time that I watched Dark Crystal. So I probably need to do a rewatch at some point. Spoilers! Sorry, did I spoil the movie? I really didn't. You're gonna be fine. You should watch it. It's really good. Did I actually spoil it? I don't think I spoiled it. I think you can still watch it and benefit from it. I didn't tell you exactly what happens. You'll be fine. It'll be fine. Watch it anyway. Everyone told me that The Witcher was not a linear timeline, and it hasn't ruined it for me, even though I still haven't watched it. Sorry, Zenith. Okay, you've seen it. But I'm not really spoiling it, am I? Am I? 80 miles per hour. My brain didn't even comprehend that. 80 miles per hour. It's fucking fast. That's a car on a highway. Let's see. Never seen it, and I knew what movie you were talking about. Yeah, see? You see? You see, it's past the spoiler date. Thank you. I still don't think I spoiled it. Because I'm thinking of ways, I'm like, oh, you want me to spoil it? And I'm like thinking of ways that I could spoil it, which I won't. I think it's fine. Fast as fuck, boy. So fucking fast. Sounds like an anti-drug movie. I know, that's what I was saying, Fox. Well, so that counselor was a bass player in the 80s who did a lot of coke. And again, she was really cool. She was a cool drug counselor in that, like, she had lived that life and also wasn't judgmental. I feel like a lot of people in sobriety get, like, really self-righteous. She really wasn't. But yeah, I mean, that's such a, like, druggy thing to do, is, like, make a bunch of people watch Dark Crystal. I think there was some higher purpose or meaning. It was something about hero's journey, something. I don't remember. Drug laws are stupid. Come on, Biden, do something. Help me. I mean, there's so much more to it than just, like, let me have my weed, right? When we talk about, like, the drug wars in terms of, like, the way in which it's stigmatized drug use and criminalized drug use and criminalized addiction, because, like, there's no focus whatsoever on rehabilitation. And then when we get into the disproportionate numbers of Black folks and people of color in prison for drug use and drug distribution, I mean, there's so much to it that's fucked up. There's so much more than just let me have my weed, right? But also, Zenith, just come to Colorado. You can have all the weed you want. You can have all the weed you want, man. All right, where am I? What's happening? 80 miles per hour. 7 to 10 days. That's a long time to be flying. It's a long time to be flying. Anywho, 4,600 meters or 15,000 feet. Habib further suggested that a maximum flight range of 13,000 to 19,000 kilometers, 8,000 to 12,000 miles for K-Northropy. That's very far. That's too many Toyota Corollas for me to comprehend. Henderson's work was also further criticized by Witten and Habib in another study, which pointed out that although Henderson used excellent mass estimations, they were based on an outdated pterosaur models, which caused Henderson's mass estimations to be more than double what Habib used in his estimations, and that an anatomical study of Q-Northropy and other big pterosaur forelimbs showed a higher degree of robustness than would be expected if they were purely quadrupedal. This study proposed that large pterosaurs most likely utilized a short burst of powered flight and then transitioned to thermal soaring. However, a study from 2022 suggests that they would only have flown occasionally and for short distances, like the Cory bustard. Look at this guy! Wow, largest flying bird native to Africa. The Cory bustard. Now we know. The world's heaviest bird that actually flies. That actively, sorry, not actually. And that they were not able to soar at all. Interesting. Here we have a Quetzalcoatlus skeleton mounted in a flying pose at the Royal Ontario Museum. Very cool. That beak is wild, too. All right, let's see. Studies of Q-Northropy and Q-Lawsony, published in 2021 by Kevin Padian and colleagues, suggested that Quetzalcoatlus was actually a powerful flyer with large breastbone. That's a big thing, too, to look at the sternum to see, like, what would support, to support necessary muscles for creating the flight stroke, and would probably have used its powerful hindlings to launch as high as 8 feet. That's half a Toyota Corolla. 2.4 meters when taking off, allowing it to gain enough height and momentum to begin the necessary downstrokes needed for takeoff. This same study also suggests that Quetzalcoatlus had limited walking motion in its wings, with the limbs on each side of the body being moved together and the forelimbs being lifted out of the way of the hind limbs. This study also suggests that the wings of pterosaurs were only attached to the body, with the legs and feet being tucked underneath, much like how modern birds tuck their legs behind their own bodies in flight. What have you done? You've ruined me / helped me understand how to measure large things by using Toyota Corollas as a unit of measurement. Ooh, look, models on London's South Bank for the Royal Society's 350th anniversary expedition. Those are cool. All right, cultural significance. In 1975, artist Giovanni Caselli depicted Quetzalcoatlus as a small-headed scavenger with extremely long neck in the book The Evolution and Ecology of the Dinosaurs by British paleontologist Beverly Halstead. Over the next 25 years, prior to future discoveries, it would launch similar depictions, colloquially known as the paleo meme, in various books as noted by Darren Naish. And now we know. I mean, it's soul sickness, it works. It's very, like Zenith, I think it's a very good unit of measurement for big things. It helps me. It helps me visualize it. But you have ruined me. It's your fault. Okay. In 1985, the U.S. Defense Advanced Research... One more time. Take it back. Colloquially is one of those words. It's so hard to say, and it's such a useful word, right? That's just like that's such a double-edged sword, because it is. Colloquially is a really like useful word that is incredibly difficult to say. Okay, let's see. Pretty easy too. 15 feet is a good divider of measurement, right? AKA a Toyota Corolla. All right, in 1985, the U.S. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, and AeroVironment used Quetzalcoatlus northropi as the basis for an experimental ornithopter. This is really cool. Week, Season 2, Ornithopters, we should look up. Unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV. They produced a half-scale model weighing 18 kilograms, or 40 pounds, with a wingspan of 5.5 meters, 18 feet. Coincidentally, Douglas A. Lawson, who discovered the Q northropi in Texas in 1971, named it after John Jack Northrop, a developer of tailless flying wing aircraft in the 1940s. The replica of Q northropi incorporates a flight control system autopilot, which processes pilot commands and sensor inputs, implements several feedback loops, and develops command signals to its various servo actuators. Crushing it, killing it, reading really well. It is on an exhibit at the National Air and Space Museum. In 2010, several life-size models of Q northropi were put on display on London's South Bank as a centerpiece exhibit for the Royal Society's 350th anniversary exhibition. The models, which included both flying and standing individuals with wingspans of over 10 meters, 33 feet, were intended to help build public interest in science. The models were created by scientists from the University of Portsmouth. And now we know. Quetzalcoatlus, which brings us to Quetzalcoatl. Let's see, fun. Thank you for bringing that topic. It was a good one. Let's see. I sent you an artist sketch of the creature from Dark Crystal on Discord. Their head is beakless, although the body is very similar. Let me take a look at this real quick. Hold, please. Oh, yeah, terrifying. Oh, yeah, look at this guy. Yeah, fucking terrifying. Yeah, very similar vibes. I can see it. I can totally see it. Oh, that's really cool. I like that. I mean, it's spooky, but I like it. Spooky. Do we have a pterosaur? They just have a helicopter. We're just gonna put a poggers. It's a poggers. It's a poggers, everyone. Don't worry about it. Or do? I don't know. My sister had a book of the movie and it freaked the hell out. Dude, it is creepy. Like, this is a very scary looking guy. That would scare me, Fox, honestly. I also can see, like, from a Jim Henson standpoint, like, being able to use stilt walkers to, like, make this creature happen. Do you like how I'm just, like, using my phone rather than, like, pulling up Discord? Here's the thing. Discord uses so much of your computer's memory. Did you guys know this? That, like, if you're trying to stream and you're streaming off of a laptop like I am, it just, like, ruins it. It just ruins it. Yeah, no, that's scary, Fox. I don't blame it. Muppets for the win! We read about Jim Henson in H Week. I'm such a Muppet fan. You don't even know. You don't even know. I'm just a big fan. But yeah, to you know, use stilt walkers for it totally makes sense. Shall we read a little bit about Quetzalcoatl? Zenith, I know this is not your topic, but I know you have ties to Guatemala and Guatemalan culture and things, so please feel free to bring your knowledge here. I didn't know that. What did you say? A quetzal? Quetzal is the what is it? The money, the unit of money in Guatemala. I can't scroll up enough to see it, but somewhere. A quetzal. There it is. Quetzal like pretzel. Very vague memories of the movie. Jim Henson was a master. Jim Henson was brilliant. I love Jim Henson. I love Muppets in general. There's this meme that I really like where someone's like, what's the difference between a Muppet and a puppet? And it's Kermit the Frog, and Kermit is like, oh, well, a puppet is controlled by, a human, whereas I am Kermit the Frog. It's great. Quetzal. Quetzal? Am I saying that right? Quetzal. So not Quetzal like pretzel. Quetzal. Let me know if I'm saying that right. Quetzalcoatl, Spanish. Quetzalcoatl. Let's see, classic Nahuatl. Let's listen. Want to hear it?
Quetzalcoatl.
Oh, Quetzalcoatl. Don't worry, I'm just gonna say Quetzalcoatl and be white about it because I'm white. Quetzal. Quetzalcoatl. Kind of. Sort of. Coatl. Kind of. I'm going to say Quetzalcoatl and be white about it. Don't worry about it. No necesitan preocupar porque no puedo hablar el español. Está bien. So, Quetzalcoatl, in honorific form, is a deity in Aztec culture and literature whose name comes from the Nahuatl language and means precious serpent. Quetzal feathered serpent. In the 17th century, oh, here we go. You guys want to tell me how to say this one? Extioxochil. So sorry. A descendant of Aztec royalty and historian of the Nahua people wrote, Quetzalcoatl, in its literal sense, means serpent of precious feathers, but in allegorical sense, wisest of men. Among Aztecs, whose beliefs are best documented in historical sources, Quetzalcoatl was related to the gods of the wind, the planet Venus, of dawn, and of merchants, and of arts, crafts, and knowledge. He was the patron god of Aztec priesthood, of learning and knowledge. Quetzalcoatl was one of several important gods in the Aztec pantheon, along with gods Tlaloc, Tezcatlipoca, Huitzilopochtli. These are all things I learned about when I was studying Spanish in college, and yet, rough ski. Two other gods represented by the planet Venus are Quetzalcoatl's ally, Tlaloc, god of rain, and Quetzalcoatl's twin and Psychopomp. Psychopomp? Psychopomps are creatures, spirits, angels, deities in many religions whose responsibility is to escort newly deceased souls from Earth to afterlife. Cool, I never knew that word. Okay, Quetzalcoatl's twin and Psychopomp, Xotl, the dog-headed soul guide for the dead. So here we have a picture as depicted in the Codex Borgia. So god of life, light, and wisdom, lord of the day and winds, ruler of the west. Quetzalcoatl, the Aztec god of sun and wind, air, learning, wears around his neck the wind breastplate, I'm not even going to try it, the spirally voluted wind jewel made of conch shell. This talisman was a conch shell cut at the cross-section and was likely worn as a necklace by religious rulers, as such objects have been discovered in burials in archaeological sites throughout Mesoamerica, and potentially symbolized patterns witnessed in hurricanes, dust devils, seashells, and whirlpools, which were elemental forces that had significance in Aztec mythology. Codex drawings pictured both Quetzalcoatl and Xolotl, wearing a, I said I wasn't going to try it, cattle, it's fine, around the neck. Additionally, at least one major cache of offerings includes knives and idols adorned with symbols of more than one god, some of which were adorned with wind jewels. Hydrate. I do need to hydrate. Can you use these words in Scrabble? Would kill it with the X and Z combos, right? It depends, because in Scrabble, don't they say that technically foreign words are not allowed? So if you're playing Scrabble in English, I would imagine that these are not allowed. Furthermore, Quetzalcoatl is a proper noun. So 2 reasons why you probably can't use Quetzalcoatl in Scrabble. But, you know, nouns are okay. Proper nouns are not okay. That's the problem. So because it's a name, proper nouns, generally speaking, have a capital letter at the beginning, right? So a proper noun would be like the name Quetzalcoatl versus like the word God, right? So proper noun is like specific name versus God is just general. So nouns are cool, but proper nouns are not cool in Scrabble, unfortunately. Oh no, you're good, Zenith. I just teach English for a living. That's so you're totally good. That's the only reason I know these things. So you're totally good. Didn't mean to call you out. It's just like, because if nouns weren't allowed, you would be fucked in Scrabble. It would be so hard to play Scrabble if you couldn't use nouns at all. You know what I mean? Curb your white privilege, Scrabble. Damn. So Zenith, like a proper noun, like, so Nike is a brand name, right? That would be a proper noun. Shoe is just generic. It could be any shoe, which is just a common noun. So that's the difference between proper nouns and common nouns. Like the Empire State Building, that's a very specific building with a name. That's a proper noun. But if I just say the word building, that's a common noun because it's generic. Does that help? Does that make sense? Anyway, it's good. I'll call you out on your grammar. You call me out on my terrible Nahuatl pronunciation, and we'll both, you know, live our lives. Let's see. Additionally, at least one major cache of offerings includes knives and idols adorned with symbols of more than one god, some of which were adorned with wind jewels. Animals thought to represent Quetzalcoatl included resplendent quetzals. Look at this beautiful bird. Oh my God. Vortigorical high. Still doesn't know what a noun is. So a noun, oh my God, you guys, please, please. So a noun is a person, place, thing, or idea. Ideas get a little bit tricky. They're a little bit abstract. So you need nouns because you need, like in terms of like sentence structure, you need something that would be doing the action, right? So verbs are the actions themselves. Nouns are the things that are doing the action. So like a person would be like a woman or a man or a computer, like, is a thing. So those are nouns, right? And then verbs are actions, like walk, talk. Those are verbs. And so verbs and nouns make up like 90% of our language, I feel like. And then you add in like other words that help describe things and help with like knowing the location and position of things in terms of time and space. But yeah, so nouns: people, places, things, ideas. So people, woman, man. Places: Europe, United States, my living room. Things like lamp, water bottle, phone. And then ideas. So ideas, again, it gets kind of weird, but like the concept of happiness, that's a noun, because we're talking about the concept, right? I don't know if that helps. I'm being a total nerd now. He went running. Yeah. So he is what we would call a pronoun. So he went running. He would be a noun. It's a pronoun in that case. So we have different kinds of nouns, which is where we're getting into like proper nouns versus common nouns. But yeah, he is absolutely an example of a noun. Went running. Went would be the past tense of go. So that's your verb. In that case, that's your action, right? And then running is actually a gerund because it ends with ing. You got me started on something. Thank you for the hydrate, Zenith. So went running works together as a verb phrase because it tells you that gerunds in this case tell you that it's an action in motion that is happening. It's in progress in this moment, right? So in the past, went running was an action that was in progress. Yeah. So yeah, he would be a noun. Absolutely. Nailed it. Crushed it. Let's see. Non-English Scrabble versions with different letter values based on the letters. Yes, totally. Fun. So I've played a little bit of Scrabble in Spanish because I speak Spanish. Not super well, but I speak Spanish. And so playing Scrabble in another language, if you speak more than one language, try playing Scrabble in your second or third language and in not your first language, because it is a fucking trip, man. So Q in Spanish is way more common than Q in English. So Q is actually not worth that many points in Spanish. Isn't that interesting? Central America, Nike is spelled the way, like Nike. Nike like Pike. That's true. That's true in the UK. Yeah, Fox Mulder just said that. Yeah. I don't know why in the United States we love to like pronounce things weirdly. Adidas is pronounced Adidas. Vortigoracle, did I say hi? I think I just started yelling at you about grammar. But hi, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to Q Week of Wikipedia with me. I don't know if you've been here for a Wikipedia with me. Maybe you have. But on Sundays, we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes. So welcome. One more hydrate for good measure. Q is worth like 8 points. Like Q, J, Z, X. Those are all ones that are worth a lot in English. Hi, Z's. Good to see you. We're reading about Quetzalcoatl, a.k.a. Quetzalcoatl. Yeah? Did I do it? How did I do? How was it, team? Oh, Quetzalcoatl. Es un nombre difícil decir en inglés. Eh? Okay, anyway. Moving on. I don't know where I left off. Oh, we were looking at this cool bird. The resplendent quetzal. Rattlesnakes. We have so many rattlesnakes in Colorado. It's absurd. They're everywhere, I feel like. Quatl meaning serpent in Nahuatl. And now we know. Crows, macaws, in his form as a cat, he is the wind and is represented by spider monkeys. Look at these guys. Ducks and the wind itself. Spider monkeys, ducks, and the wind itself. It's a bizarre trio. In his form as the morning star, Venus, he is also depicted as a harpy eagle. In Mazatec legends, the astrologer deity Tlahuitzcalpanteucli, who is also represented by Venus, bears a close relationship with Quetzalcoatl. Here's this guy. Ooh, cool. Represents the morning star Venus. Okay, neat. Cool. Love it. Love that for us. The earliest known documentation of the worship of a feathered serpent occurs in Teotihuacan. Hey, I did that one okay. In the 1st century BC or 1st century AD. That period lies within the late pre-classic to early classic period, 400 BC to 600 AD, of Mesoamerican chronology. Veneration of the figure appears to have spread throughout Mesoamerica by the late classic period, 600 to 900 AD. In the post-classic period, 900 to 1519 AD, the worship of feather serpent deity centered in the primary Mexican religious center of Cholula. In this period, the deity is known to have been named Quetzalcoatl by his Nahua followers. In the Maya area, he was approximately equivalent to Kukulkan and Gucumatz, names that also roughly translate as feathered serpent in different Mayan languages. In the era following the 16th century Spanish conquest of the Aztec Empire, a number of records conflated Quetzalcoatl with Quetzalcoatltopiltzin, a ruler of the mythico-historic city of Tolan. Toyan? Probably Toyan. Historians debate to what degree, or whether at all, these narratives about legendary Toltec ruler described historical events. Furthermore, early Spanish sources written by clerics tend to identify the god ruler Quetzalcoatl of these narratives with either Hernan Cortez or Tomas the Apostle, identifications which have also become sources of diversity of opinions about the nature of Quetzalcoatl. And now we know. Should take a look at Guatemalan currency, like a picture of it. It has quetzals on it. Let's just look real quick. Let's see. Do you know which? Are you talking about coins? Are you talking about dollar bills? Do you have a specific one to look at? Because it looks like a lot of these are political leaders, which makes sense. Maybe on the coin here, maybe. I do not see. Top left of the bill. Hey, there we go. Cool. That's neat. Very cool. Love that. That's amazing. Mayan stuff is so cool. It is cool. I think this is more Aztec than Mayan, actually, which is interesting. I think the two get conflated a lot. But just in general, I think indigenous culture and indigenous religion is really interesting. It's really fascinating. Ancient Aliens TV show swears Quetzalcoatl is a flying UFO. Cuckoo much? Who's to say? Closed captioning on this stream is off the chain. Is it ridiculous? My mom was telling me, because when she tunes in, she uses it and she's like, it's not good. I'm like, I should probably find a better one. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. Top right, did I miss it? I was looking at the top left and it worked. Am I wrong? Let's look one more time. Like right here. Oh man. Oh, like are you talking about from the, because I see the bird on the left, but like this guy is the like codex drawing. You're totally good. No, I got it. Did I? Okay. I was gonna say, I was like, this is very distorted, but no, you're good. You're good. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something. Okay, Quetzalcoatl. Is there anything else I don't know that we need to necessarily read more about it. I just thought it was interesting, the relationship between Quetzalcoatl and then the Quetzalcoatlus, you know? Dude, Control Plus. Chef's kiss. It's the best. I use it all the time. I use it all the time because these eyeballs are pretty good. Let's see. So here's a photo of La Ventastela 19, the earliest known representation of the feathered serpent in Mesoamerica. Very cool. Feathered serpent head at the Ciudadela complex in Teotihuacan. Beautiful. Amazing. Here we have a vision serpent depicted on lintel 15 from Yaxchilan. Temple of the Feather Serpent in Xochicalco? Sure. Adorned with fully zoomorphic feathered serpent. It's just so like intricate and ornate. Beautiful. Stone carvings like this I'm always super impressed by. Just wild. Here we have Quetzalcoatl as depicted in the Codex Magliabechiano. That sounded very Italian. Let's see. Chef's kiss. Right. What is this? What even is that? What is this? Yeah, Vortigorkel, I'm with you. Is it a chef's kiss? I can't even tell. Well, notice that little handbag thing the guy is holding in the Celepic? Some think it's a psychotropic drugs. Okay, hold on. In the... What pic did you say? The Stella pic. Okay, hold on. This one. What? Oh, this little handbag. Oh, I see. Interesting. It might hold psychotropic drugs. That would make sense in terms of like, you know, utilizing drugs in like spiritual ceremonies and stuff. It might. It's an interesting idea. Totally possible. Let's see, where else? What else we got? Quetzalcoatl as depicted in the Codex Borbonicus? Sure. Because yeah, here in his hand he's also got a handbag, right? Now I'm paying attention. Here in his hand he's got something. Little gift baggy. Little party favor. Quetzalcoatl in human form using the symbols of Ectecatl from the Codex Borgia. Neat. Quetzalcoatl. Oh, he's eating a man. In feather serpent form as depicted in the Codex Teyeriano-Ramensis. Quetzalcoatl as depicted in the post-conquest Tovar Codex. Quetzalcoatl mural in Acapulco by Diego Rivera. That's beautiful. That's really beautiful. Okay. There we go. We have it. We did it. We done did it. Aztec Seymour from Little Shop of Horrors. Head first. It's pretty gnarly. Yeah, he's just chomping on him. Just chomping on him real good. Guys, we did it. We read about Quetzalcoatl. We're crushing it. Absolutely destroying. I think maybe we'll read aloud about Q*bert and then take a little break. Y'all want to read about one of my favorite arcade games? Q*bert! It's such a good one. Q*bert, also known as Q*bert, is an arcade game developed and published for the North American market by Gottlieb in 1982. It is a 2D action game with puzzle elements. I just love it. I just love it. And the little Q*bert guy, he's so cute. Anyway, 2D action game with puzzle elements that uses isometric graphics to create a pseudo 3D effect. The objective of each level in the game is to change every cube in a pyramid to a target color by making Q*bert, the on-screen character, hop on top of the cube while avoiding obstacles and enemies. Players use a joystick to control the character. The game was conceived by Warren Davis and Jeff Lee. Lee designed the title character and original concept, which was further developed and implemented by Davis. Q*bert was developed under the project name Cubes. Q*bert was well received in arcades and among critics. The game was Gottlieb's most successful video game and is among the most recognized brands from the golden age of arcade games. It has been ported to numerous platforms. The game's success resulted in sequels and the use of the character's likeness in merchandising. That's right. Didn't Q*bert make an appearance in Wreck-It Ralph? I'm pretty sure. I think so. Merchandising such as appearances on Lunchbox, toys, and animated television show. The Q*bert character became known for his swearing and Q*bertese sound. It's true. He has, do you see the little growlix? Love this guy. Love this guy. An incoherent phrase made up of synthesized speech generated by the sound chip and a speech balloon of nonsensical characters that appear when he collides with an enemy. Because the game was developed during the period when Columbia Pictures owned Gottlieb, the intellectual rights to Q*bert remained with Columbia even after they divested themselves of Gottlieb's assets in 1984. Therefore, the rights have been owned by Sony Pictures Entertainment since its parent Sony acquired Columbia in 1989. Q*bert appeared in Disney's Wreck-It Ralph, told ya, franchise under the license from Sony and later appeared in the film Pixels. I never saw Pixels. I don't think I'm going to. Let's see. There's surprisingly a lot of information about this guy. I just think it's a fun game. Gameplay. Q*bert is an action game with puzzle elements played from an axonometric third-person perspective. What does that mean? So isometric video game graphics are graphics employed in video games and pixel art that use a parallel projection, but which angle the viewpoint to reveal facets of the environment that would otherwise not be visible from top-down perspective or side view, thereby producing a three-dimensional effect. Oh gosh, what's happening? Ashendis, hi! How are you? Thank you for the raid. Welcome. How was your stream? What did you get up to? Let's see, what were you doing? You were playing sports. Were you doing commentary? You being a sportsman? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome. It's Q week. On Sundays, we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes. So we're reading about things that start with the letter Q. Right now, we're reading about Q*bert. One of my favorite games. So welcome. I hope you had an amazing stream. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Let's see. All right. So basically isometric, right? So what it's telling me is because of the way that they draw it, even though it's two-dimensional, it makes it look 3D, right? Broadcasting a baseball game. Nice. How'd it go? Did your team win? Baseball. You love to see it. We here in Colorado have a team called the Rockies that's kind of a terrible team. They're not great, but Coors Field is beautiful. It's a great place to watch baseball. Let's see. Yankees won 5-4. That's your team. You're a Yankees fan. All right. Well, congratulations to you and the Yankees. Thank you again for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome. If you have a topic starting with the letter Q, let me know and we can look into it together. Q*bert. Three-dimensional. Got it. Okay, the game is played using a single diagonally mounted 4-way joystick. The player controls Cubert, who starts each game at the top of a pyramid made of 28 cubes and moves by hopping diagonally from cube to cube. Landing on a cube causes it to change color, and changing every cube to the target color allows the player to progress to the next level, next stage. At the beginning, jumping on every cube once is enough to advance. In later stages, this is when it gets real hard. Each cube must be hit twice to reach the target color. Other times, cubes change color every time Cubert lands on them, instead of remaining the target color once they reach it. Both elements are then combined in subsequent stages. Jumping off the pyramid results in a character's death, which is always incredibly disappointing. It's always sad. Q, do you have croissant? No, we do not. What is that? What is that? We'll look into it. I'm here for it. If only I could spell things. So far we've read about quantum mechanics and quantum entanglement and qubits. We read about Quetzalcoatlus and Quetzal, good old Quetzalcoatl. It's a good one? Okay. Ooh, Fox likes that one? Okay. We've got that. We'll have that next. Done and done. I was gonna say, I know nothing. I'm going in blind. Thank you, Ashendis. Let's do it. I'm here for it. What else have we read about? Pretty much that. Pretty much quantum stuff. Just quantum stuff. There was one more before quantum stuff, wasn't there? Or did we just dive straight? Oh, quarterbacks. You're a sportsman. We read about quarterbacks. Let's see. Pastor Dave, you have one too? Looking for more? I'm not necessarily looking for more, but if you have one, go for it. Tell me, Pastor Dave. Tell it to me. I'm down. Let's do it. Why not? Let's see. At the beginning, jumping on every cube. We read about this. Good, good, good. A player is impeded by several enemies, introduced gradually into the game. Coily. Ugh and wrong way. Slick and Sam. Here's Coily. He's like a weird snake man. I guess we are going to read about these because I want to know. Quinine. Done and done. We'll throw quinine right after question mark. Got it. On it, Pastor Dave. We got it. Ooh, Soul Sickness likes that one too. Okay, nice. Nice and bitter. Nice. We got it. All right, Coily first appears as a purple egg that bounces to the bottom of the pyramid, then transforms into a snake that chases after Cubert. He's often considered the main antagonist and Cubert's arch nemesis. Queen Zinga, she's a badass lady and we love them here. We do. It's true. All right, but no more, Fox. You already had one, but I technically already had quantum stuff. So this is your, I don't know why I'm like, this is your last one, but I'm totally down. Queen and Zinga. Okay. And now I'm wondering though, I do agree, but I think because Queen is an honorific, I almost wonder if this would be for N week rather than Q week. Because like if you think about it, like we'd have like Queen Elizabeth and we'd have like Queen. I'm gonna say no. I love badass women, obviously. I'm a big fan. But I'm gonna say no, and instead, Fox, we'll look her up for N week season 2. How do you feel? Are you okay with it? Could always do the band Queen. You have to choose. Do you want to do Quasar or do you want to do Queen? Only one per person. Kind of cheating, so I get it. But Fox, I do want to learn about her. So I like N week season 2. N week. We'll get on it. We have Ugg and Wrong Way, 2 purple creatures that hop along the sides of the cubes in an Escher-esque manner. They're very annoying because of that. Starting at either the bottom left or bottom right corner, they keep moving toward the top right or the top left side of the pyramid respectively and fall off the pyramid when they reach the end. Sticking to Quasar? Okay, done and done. Let's see. Slick and Sam. 2 green creatures that descend down the pyramid and revert cubes whose color has already been changed. Rude. So rude, these guys. Okay, we get the idea, yeah? I love Cubert. I am a big fan. Have I mentioned how much I love Cubert? Anyway, hexagon stuff, MC Escher. It is inspired by MC Escher. It makes sense. The Growlix, we love to see it. We're probably good in Cubert, eh? All right, here's what we're gonna do, team. I'm gonna take a little break, and then after said break, we are going to read about Quasar? Am I saying it wrong? Probably. Quasar? Quasar. Is it Quasar? We're going to read about it. We're going to read about Helen Quinn. We're going to read about Queer Core. We're going to read about question marks. And we're going to read about quinine. And then if we have time, we'll also read about Kipu. Okay? Okay. Sinebun? Sinebun, welcome. Thank you for the follow. You came in just in time for me to take a little break. But we're going down Wikipedia rabbit holes reading about things that start with the letter Q. So welcome. Thank you for the follow. Quasar. Quasar. So when I come back in like 5-ish minutes, we'll read about Quasar, okay? So if you need a snack, if you need to go stretch, if you need to get your meds or get some water or whatever, do that. If you want to go check out some other streamers, this is a good time to do that. I'll see you in a few minutes, okay? Ben Lurkin came in with Ash Ennis. Well, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Thank you for the lurk as well. I appreciate it. Guys, I'll see you real soon. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you soon. I'll see you soon. Okay? Okay, I'll see you soon. Okay. Back and ready for more Q stuff. If you stuck around, thank you so much. If you went elsewhere, I don't blame you. I probably would have as well. Maybe you just hate Quasar and you don't want to learn about it. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna read about Quasar. So, I'm gonna take another sip of coffee because it's what I need. So Ash, if there's anything in particular you want me to hone in on, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just kind of read about it. Quasar, also known as quasi-stellar object, abbreviated QSO, is an extremely luminous active galactic nucleus, AGN, powered by a supermassive black hole with mass ranging from millions to tens of billions of solar masses. I don't understand what that means. That's so big, I think. Go for it. I actually don't know too much about it myself. Okay, cool. We'll learn together. So let's see. Surrounded by a gaseous accretion disk. Accretion disk? What does that mean? Structure formed by diffused material in orbital motion around a massive central body. Central body is typically a star. Friction, uneven irradiance, magnetohydrodynamic effects, and other forces induce instabilities, causing orbiting material in the disk to spiral something. Gas in the disk falling towards the black hole heats up because of friction and releases energy in the form of electromagnetic radiation. The radiant energy of quasars is enormous. The most powerful quasars have luminosities thousands of times greater than that of a galaxy such as the Milky Way. Usually quasars are categorized as a subclass of the more general category of AGN. The redshifts of quasars are of cosmological origin. Wow. Okay, here's an artist rendering of the accretion disk in ULAS J1120 plus 0641, a very distant quasar powered by a supermassive black hole with a mass 2 billion times that of the sun. I have a feeling I might have to go to Simple Wikipedia for this. I'm going to rely on Simple Wiki for so much from now on. One fact I heard is if you had a teaspoon of quasar's mass, it would be so heavy that it would drop through the Earth completely. What? That's wild. I can't measure that in Toyota Corollas. Let's see. The term quasar originated as the contraction of quasi-stellar, star-like, radio source, because quasars were first identified during the 1950s as sources of radio wave emission of unknown physical origin. And when identified in photographic images at visible wavelengths, they resembled faint star-like points of light. High-resolution images of quasars, particularly from the Hubble Space Telescope, have demonstrated that quasars occur in the center of galaxies and that some host galaxies are strongly interacting or merging galaxies. As with other categories of AGN, the observed properties of quasar depend on many factors, including the mass of a black hole, the rate of gas accretion, the orientation of the accretion disk relative to the observer, the presence or absence of a jet, and the degree of obscuration by gas and dust within the host galaxy. That is intense. Strawberry High! How are you? Welcome to Q Week. It's super intense. It's massive. Wild. Ridiculous. Let's see. More than 1 million quasars have been found, with the nearest known being 600 million light years away from Earth. The record for the most distant known quasar keeps changing. In 2017, the quasar ULAS J1342 plus 0928 was detected at redshift Z equals 7.54. I don't know what that means. It's redshift. In physics, a redshift is an increase in wavelength and the corresponding decrease in frequency and photon energy of electromagnetic radiation. The opposite change, a decrease in wavelength and simultaneous increase in frequency and energy, is known as a negative redshift. Slept way too long today, but it's okay. Didn't sleep enough yesterday. Perfect. No, you deserve it. Sleep. Get all the sleep. You need the sleep. I hope you're feeling more rested, feeling better. I hope it was good sleep. Running away from all the things I got to do today. I understand that. I don't blame you at all. I hope you're able to get the things done that you need to get done, but also be kind to yourself. It'll be fine regardless of what you get done. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. But it's good to see you. I'm glad you're here. We're reading about quasars. I understand these words. I don't understand. I kind of understand. Let's see. It is the day of rest after all. And on the 7th day, Strawberry Shortcake rested. You know? You know. Let's see. Where am I? Light observed from this 800 million solar mass quasar was emitted when the universe was only 690 million years old. Only. In 2020, the quasar Ponioena was detected from a time only 700 million years after the Big Bang, and with an estimated mass of 1.5 billion times the mass of our sun. Think about that for a minute. 1.5 billion times the mass of our sun? For lack of a better word, massive. In early 2021, the quasar J0313-1806, with a 1.6 billion solar mass black hole, was reported at Z equals 7.64, 670 million years after the Big Bang. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than a Toyota Corolla, I can tell you that much. It's probably bigger than a billion. It is bigger than a billion Toyota Corollas. We are literally nothing. A tiny blip in the history of the universe. Freaking awesome. Let's see. That's a few Toyota Corollas. Got him. Yeah, no, that's a lot of Toyota Corollas. Yeah, Zenith, can you give us the Toyota Corolla math on that one? Yeah, we need to know. Inquiring minds. So if the solar mass, where did it say what it is in relation to the sun? Okay, so the estimated mass of 1.5 billion times the mass of our sun. I can only do length. Sorry, no mass. I don't blame you. I would have been amazed if you're like, well, it's a million trillion bazillion Toyota Corollas. Let's see. Power went out. Oh, I'm sorry the power went out. I hope everything's okay. Pleased to report, I just got back to ask, are those happy noises or fight noises? My mom would be so proud. Oh, by the way, Mama Abers says hello. Mama Abers texted me to be like, I can't be there, but here's a list of cue words. And I was like, Mother, first of all, you have to choose one. Second of all, you're not here. Third of all, I love you. I don't know why I love you was third of all. But my mom says hi, everyone. She had so much fun last week. If you weren't here last week, I wish I should have gotten a command for it, but you can go to my YouTube if you feel so inclined, and watch. My mom and I did science experiments together on stream last week. So if you feel so inclined, you can click on the YouTube link here and watch me and my mom do science experiments together. It was very cute. It was very cute. It was a little bit stressful, but it was very cute. Hi, Mama Dabs. Yeah, she says hi. Let's see. Toyota Corollas are massless objects like photons. That's what Zenith told us. Quasar discovery surveys have demonstrated that quasar activity was more common in the distant past. The peak epoch was approximately 10 billion years ago. Concentrations of multiple gravitationally attracted quasars are known as large quasar groups and constitute some of the largest known structures in the universe. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, I think I'm gonna do the simple wiki because it's just so good. Simple Wikipedia quasar. Help me wrap my brain around these thingies. Dude, shout out again Starknuckle for telling me about Simple Wiki because my god, what a game changer. Okay. Quasars, quasi-stellar radio sources, are the most energetic and distant active galactic nuclei. AGN. They are quite small in comparison with the energy they put out. Interesting. Quasars are not much larger than the solar system. They're not much larger than the solar system. The mechanism of brightness changes probably involves relativistic beaming of jets pointed nearly directly toward us. How is this the simple wiki? The whole solar system, fun. They're only a little bit bigger than that. What was it? How many tons? How many? Hold on. What was the? Where did it say the amount compared to the sun? Because that's still my favorite statistics. That was like, what the fuck? Where did we? Where did we read about it? Hold on. Okay. Estimated mass of 1.5 billion times the mass of our sun. 1.5 billion times the mass of our sun. Wild. Fucking wild. Okay. The highest redshift quasar known as of June 2011 has a redshift of 7.8085, which means it is about 29 billion light years from Earth. Light years are another thing that just like blows my mind. This estimate is made using the concept of co-moving distance. Okay, so here's that same artist's rendering. Scientists now agree that a quasar is a compact region in the center of a massive galaxy. Compact region, center of a massive galaxy, surrounding a central supermassive black hole. It surrounds a black hole, a really big black hole. Its size is 10 to 10,000 times the Schwarzschild radius of the black hole. The energy emitted by a quasar is gravitational energy created from the mass falling into the accretion disk around the black hole. Quasars are extremely luminous. They were first identified as being high redshift sources of electromagnetic radiation, including radio waves and visible light. The light and other energy appeared to be similar to the stars, rather than large sources like galaxies. On the other hand, their spectra had very broad emission lines, unlike any known from stars, hence quasi-stellar. They're kind of like stars, but they're not stars. Their luminosity can be 100 times greater than that of the Milky Way. Mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. It's counting the energy projected from the quasar too, but the quasar itself is small. That's what they were saying. Yeah. So they said they are quite small in comparison with the energy they put out. So it must be including both, I think. Yeah, I think you're right, Fox. Think about it. If it's 1.5 billion times the mass of our sun, it's pretty obvious that 1.5 billion suns would fill way more than our solar system. So that means they're pretty small for their mass. Yeah. Well, that's what, because Fox was saying, what is the statistic? 1 teaspoon of that mass would fall straight through the earth. Psh. What is this? What is this number, Zenith? That's how many Toyota Corollas? Okay, so 1.46166667 to the 27th power, I believe. Is that what you're saying? Is the amount of Toyota Corollas that make up our sun? So then times that by 1.5 billion, and that's how many Toyota Corollas in a quasar. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, great. Good. Great. Excellent. Good. Let's see. Extremely luminous. Appear similar to stars rather than large sources like galaxies. On the other hand, their spectra had very broad emission lines, unlike any known from stars, hence quasi-stellar. Okay. 100 times greater than that of the Milky Way. Wild. This is the Chandra X-ray image of the quasar PKS 1127-145, a highly luminous source of X-rays and visible light about 10 billion light years from Earth. Wild. The accretion disks of central supermassive black holes can convert about 10% of the mass of an object into energy. This mechanism explains why quasars were more common in the early universe, as this energy production ends when the supermassive black hole consumes all of the gas and dust near it. Interesting. This means that most galaxies, including our own Milky Way, have gone through an active stage as a quasar or some other class of active galaxy. They are now dormant because they lack a supply of matter to feed their central black holes to generate radiation. Quasars. Ashendis, thank you for this topic. My mind is still blown. I still don't fully understand what's happening with quasars. Let me go back to the non-simple wiki just to see if there's anything else we need to look into. Properties, multiple quasars. Gallery! Let's get the gallery. Ready for the gallery of quasars? Ooh, This is an illustration of a double quasar in merging galaxies. This is the energetic radiation of the quasar that makes dark galaxies glow, helping astronomers to understand the obscure early stages of galaxy information. This is spectrum from quasar HE 09401050 after it has traveled through intergalactic medium. Cool. This view, taken with infrared light, is a false color image of a quasar starburst tandem with the most luminous starburst ever seen in such combination. It's very pixelated. Gravitationally lensed quasar HE 1104-1805. This is the Chandra X-ray. Bright halos around 18 distant quasars. Quasars and interacting galaxies. Cloud of gas around a distant quasar. Cosmic mirage known as the Einstein cross. 4 apparent images are actually from the same quasar. I feel like getting used to the things of this size helps me understand a scale I could not even conceive of before. We got to thank Zenith. Thank you for telling us about Toyota Corollas as a unit of measurement. It's very helpful. Here's a Hubble image of a quasar, 3C273. At right, a coronagraph is used to block the quasar's light, making it easier to detect the surrounding galaxy. Wow. Sloan Digital Sky Survey image of quasar 3C273, illustrating the object's star-like appearance. It does have a star-like appearance, it's true. And here's the artist's rendering. Did I get all of them? Hold on. Here's the illustration. Ooh. 2 NASA ESA Hubble Space Telescope images reveal 2 pairs of quasars that existed 10 billion years ago and reside at the hearts of merging galaxies. Neat. Neat! Cool! Amazing. You're just smiling and nodding. Okay, good. Quasars? Quasars. Quasars! We did it, team. We're going to take a brief sojourn. We'll read about Helen Quinn in a minute, but I think rather than reading about particle physics, we're going to read about queer core real quick. So Alina's not here, but this was Alina's topic. And I think this times out perfectly with pride and everything. We'll read about queer core if y'all are prepared. Queer core or homocore is a cultural social movement that began in the mid 1980s as an offshoot of the punk subculture and as a music genre that comes from punk rock. It is distinguished by its discontent with society in general, and specifically society's disapproval of the LGBT community. Queercore expresses itself in a DIY style through magazines, music, writing, and film. As a music genre, it may be distinguished by lyrics exploring themes of prejudice and dealing with issues such as sexual identity, gender identity, and the rights of the individual. More generally, queercore bands offer a critique of society endemic to their position within it, sometimes in a lighthearted way, sometimes seriously. Musically, many queercore bands originated in the punk scene, but the industrial music culture has been influential as well. Queercore groups encompass many genres such as hardcore punk, electropunk, indie rock, power pop, no wave, noise, experimental, industrial, and others. Neat. In the early 1980s, several U.S. hardcore bands wrote queer-themed songs, and Gary Floyd of The Dicks, I don't know why I am like 12 years old, American punk rock band from Austin, Texas. Cool. Along with Randy Turner of Big Boys, were notable in both being out and outspoken gay men. In England, the anarcho-punk scene, Andy Martin of the Apostles was equally forthright. Politically motivated U.S. bands such as MDC and 7 Seconds also introduced anti-homophobia messages into their songs at this time, while the Nip Drivers included a song titled Quentin, dedicated to Quentin Crisp in their repertoire. I don't know Quentin Crisp. English writer, humorist, and actor During his teen years, he worked briefly as a rent boy. He then spent 30 years as a professional model for life classes in art colleges. Interviews he gave about his unusual life attracted great curiosity. The zines JDs, created by G.B. Jones and Bruce LaBruce, is widely acknowledged as being the zine which launched the movement. JD's is seen by many to be the catalyst that pushed the queercore scene into existence, writes Amy Spencer in DIY, The Rise of Lo-Fi Culture. Emerging out of an anarchist scene, the first editors of JD's had chosen the appellation homocore to describe the movement, but replaced the word homo with queer to better reflect the diversity of those involved, as well as to disassociate themselves completely from the confines of gay and lesbian orthodoxy. I like that. I like that a lot. Especially, I think there's so much. Bruce LaBruce is a great name, first of all. Yeah. I think there's so much erasure of queer identities that don't belong to that binary kind of a thing. So I like that kind of recognition of that. I think that's why I really like the word queer in general, in terms of like being a kind of like catch-all for queerness in terms of gender identity, and queerness in terms of like sexuality, and just queerness in terms of like just identity in general. I like the word queer a lot. Anyway, the first issue was released in 1985 with a manifesto entitled Don't Be Gay, published by the fanzine Maximum Rock and Roll, followed soon after, inspiring among many other zines, Holy Tit Clamps, edited by Larry Bob, Homocore by Tom Jennings and Decky Nielsen, Donna Dresch's Chainsaw, and Outpunk by Matt Wobensmith. These last two later functioning as music labels. These zines and the movement are characterized by an alternative to the self-imposed ghettoization of Orthodox gay men and lesbians. Sexual and gender diversity in opposition to the segregation practiced by the mainstream gay community. A dissatisfaction with consumerist culture, proposing this is so good for Pride, just like when we talk about like consumerist culture and rainbow capitalism during the month of June. Like Alina, I know you're not here, but Alina, thank you for bringing this because this is great. Dissatisfaction with consumerist culture, proposing a DIY ethos in its place in order to create a culture of its own, and opposition to oppressive religious tenets and political repression. Let's see. So many great names, right? So many great names. Queer people, man. Great names. Well, and so many of them are pseudonyms, right? Probably in order to protect themselves, knowing that you can't really use during these times anyway, probably couldn't use your real name because it would be dangerous for you. So just having your like drag name, essentially. Love it. Holy Tit Clamps. Yeah, it's great. Well, and I think too, so this idea of being like anti-consumerist, if you are celebrating Pride and you want to get some like rainbow gear, like flag gear, there's nothing wrong with that, but try to support a local gay if you can, rather than like, going to Target to get some rainbow swag, you know what I mean? Okay, let's see. So this is a band called Pansy Division, performing at a club. Again, great names. So many good names. Bruce LaBruce might be my favorite, though. Well, that's like James St. James. Do you guys know James St. James? There's a book called Disco Bloodbath, and then the movie based on it is called Party Monster. And so James St. James is a famous club kid from the like New York ball scene in like late 80s, early 90s. Originally, I think his drag name was different, but the reporter that was talking to him misheard him, and they were like, Jane St. James, and he was like, you know what? Let's go with that. It sounds good. James St. James is great. Let's see. Can't help but hear Robin from the 60s saying, Holy Tit Clamps, Batman. It's perfect. Holy Tit Clamps, Bruce LaBruce. Different Bruce. Anyway, 1990s, the JD's editors released the first queercore compilation, JD's Top 10 Homocore Hit Parade tape, a cassette which included bands from Canada, such as Fifth Column, Big Man, and Bomb from the US, from England, The Apostles, Academy 23, and No Brain Cell, and from New Zealand, Course. During the period from the late 1980s to the early 1990s, many of the punk rock bands involved in queercore were not necessarily queer, but their ethics were motivation for supporting this movement. Other bands such as Los Crudos and Go had one outspoken member who was homosexual. Other early queercore bands included Anti-Scrunty faction, who appeared in JD's and Comrade in Arms, Homocore editor Nielsen? Words. Nielsen's band. Shortly after the release of the tape, JD's ceased publication and a new crop of zines arose, such as Jane and Frankie by Klaus and Jenna von Brooker, Shrimp by Vaginal Davis, and Fanorama by R.E.B. Vaginal Davis, also great name. These are all great names. Look at okay. I just love drag and I love queerness. American performing artist, painter, independent curator, composer, filmmaker, and writer. Born intersex and raised in South Central Los Angeles, Davis gained notoriety in New York during the 1980s. Very cool. Very fucking cool. Let's see. The zine Bimbox published statements such as, Bimbox hereby renounces its past use of the term lesbian and or gay in a positive manner. This is a civil war against the ultimate evil, and consequently we must identify us and them in no uncertain terms, a task which will prove to be half the battle. You think it's Deke? Do you think so? It might be Deke. Let's see. That's definitely the new lore in my head. Love it. Bruce LeBruce Wayne. Nailed it. Love it. Here for it. The first queer zine gathering occurred at this time. Spew, held in Chicago 1991, offered an opportunity for all those involved in the scene to meet. Although organizer Steve Lafreniere was stabbed outside the venue at the end of the night, he quickly recovered and the event was deemed a success. Spew 2 took place in Los Angeles 1992 and Spew 3 in Toronto 1993. These Spew events also included musical performances by queercore bands. Get some more coffee in my life. Okay, let's see. Among the better known bands from the early 1990s are Fifth Column, God Is My Co-Pilot, Pansy Division, Pedro, Muriel, and Esther, PME, Sister George, Team Dresch, Tribe 8, and Mukilteo Fairies. As these bands gained popularity and awareness of the movement grew, zines began appearing from around the world. The Burning Times from Australia and PMS from the UK are examples. Let me see. Spew events. Wow, right? Very cool. Remember Pansy Division, do you? Nice. Now I feel the need to listen to them. In Chicago, Mark Freitas and Joanna Brown organized a monthly homocore night that featured queercore bands performing live, offering a stable venue for the scene to proliferate. Most of the bands mentioned played at Homocore Chicago, as well as Amy Spencer notes in DIY The Rise of Lo-Fi Culture. Through homocore events, they aimed to create a space for men and women to be together, as opposed to the sense of gender and segregation, which was the norm in mainstream gay culture. This is very true. They attacked the idea that due to your sexuality, you should be offered only one choice of social scene. And I love that. I love that so much. That's so cool. Let's see. Enjoy the rest of Q Day, dears. Need me some... Yeah, go get you some food. Thank you again for the raid, Ash. I really appreciate it. If y'all don't know Ash and you want to go see some amazing sports coverage, you should go check him out. If Nightbot will allow me to shout you out. Yeah, go get some food. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for the raid. Hope you have a wonderful evening, afternoon, all that jazz. Where am I? What happened? Where am I? Where? 1992. Matt Wobensmith's zine Outpunk also became a record label and began to release its own queercore compilations, singles, and albums, and was crucial to the development of queercore. The first recordings by Tribe 8 and Pansy Division were released by the label. Some of the bands appearing later in the mid-1990s on the label include Stawpressed, Cypher in the Snow, and Behead the Prophet. There are so many good names, I can't get over it. Behead the Prophet, No Lord Shall Live. It was also to Behead the Prophet, No Lord Shall Live. Incredible. Anyway, it was also at this time in the early 1990s that Riot Girl emerged. Riot Girl is so great. Anyway, In many ways, the angry girl genre owes its existence to the punk homocore zines. It's so true. Yeah, Riot Girl, well, here, I'll read about it. Riot Girl is an underground feminist punk movement that began during the early 1990s within the United States in Olympia, Washington, and the greater Pacific Northwest, and has expanded to at least 26 other countries. Riot Girl is dope as fuck. This is why if you're saying girl, you need to spell it with a bunch of R's. It's a requirement. I didn't make the rules. Let's see. Emily White wrote about this in Rock She Wrote. It follows that many of the participants, their zines and bands like Excuse 17, were involved in both movements. Along with out-punk independent record labels such as Alternative Tentacles, K Records, Kill Rock Stars, Lookout Records, Yo-Yo Recordings, and Candy Ass Records also supported and released material by queercore artists, but in the mid to late 1990s, several other small labels alongside Outpunk sprung up solely devoted to queercore. It makes sense, right? Like it's that idea. At this point, I feel like the MLK quote is like almost cliche, but it's true that like I'm gonna misquote him, but the idea that like basically like injustice to one marginalized faction is injustice to all. But like if your feminism doesn't include queer people, it's not feminism. If your queer activism doesn't involve femme folks, then it's not queer activism, right? So it's like all of these different things. It's like that's why intersectionality is so important, you know. Let's see. Donna Dresch's zine Chainsaw became a record label as well and began to release recordings by newer bands such as The Need, The Third Sex, and Longstocking. Heartcore Records is another label whose bands have included The Little Deaths, Addicted to Fiction, Crowns on 45, and Ninja Death Squad. These bands, many of whom are no longer together, constituted the second wave of queercore bands, which also included I Am Loved, Subtonics, Best Revenge, Pretty Pony, and Fagatron from the United States, Skin Jobs from Canada, and from Italy, Pussyface. Of these early queercore bands, Chainsaw and Heartcore are still active and are still releasing new material. By the mid-1990s, zines in the United States, such as Marilyn Medusa, and in Canada, Scott Treleaven's This Is the Salivation Army, began to link queercore with paganism, and at the same time, other strands in queercore began to link themselves with Riot Girl, and still others with anarchism. Mainstream media coverage intensified when Pansy Division toured the United States with Green Day. Oh, interesting. Whose lead singer, Billy Joel Armstrong, is openly bisexual. Okay, today I learned that Billy Joel Armstrong is openly bisexual. I did not know this. I'm not surprised that he's bi. I just didn't know. Good for you, Billy Joel Armstrong. Good for you. Let's see. In 1996, in San Francisco, the Dirty Bird 96 Queercore Festival presaged other queer music gatherings which occurred in the following decade. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, Doomba provided an ongoing venue in New York City for queercore bands, continuing the path of homocore Chicago and leading the way for other similar clubs to come into the 2000s. Very cool. Yeah, I love it as well. This is really neat. This is also something I knew nothing about, so we're learning about queer history, and I like it a lot. In the 2000s, queercore club nights and events continued to take place throughout Europe and North America. In Los Angeles' Silver Lake neighborhood, an underground queer music scene was in existence at the monthly queercore club called The Freak Show, hosted by the Leather Bar, The Gauntlet 2, for 3 years, where bands such as Best Revenge, I Am Loved, and Nickname, and The Normals, aka Kent James, played regularly. In Toronto, queercore scene thrived for a number of years at the monthly Club Vaseline, or Club V, run by Will Monroe, which featured bands from across the United States and Canada, including such legendary performers as Jane County. The festival Queer Panic, so I just love it, was organized by Gordon, Bruce LaBruce, Gordon, James St. James. We're seeing a trend here. I love it. So Gordon of the zine Teen Fag in Seattle, Washington in June 2000. Scutterfest was organized by Rudy Blue, of the zine Scudder in Los Angeles, California in 2001, 2002, and 2003. The Bent Festival was held in Seattle in 2002 and 2003. The festival Homo A Go-Go was held in the summers of 2002, 2004, and 2006 in Olympia, Washington, featuring queer films, zines, performance, and musical groups during a week-long event. In 2009, the festival was held in San Francisco. Queer Eruption, which takes place in a different city every year, has been hosted by Berlin, Rome, New York, and London in the past. In 2004 and 2005, a group of queercore bands toured throughout the United States. The tour was called Queercore Blitz, and was yet another way to connect the like-minded. Queer groups active in the UK included Edinburgh Queer Mutiny, Queers Without Borders, Queer Mutiny North, Cardiff Queer Mutiny, and Queer Mutiny Brighton. A number of these are organized as queer mutiny groups. In 2002, Agitprop Records released a compilation titled Stand Up and Fucking Fight For It. I love it. Which collected new music from queercore bands. It was the first release from the label, which featured many queercore acts in its roster. 16 Records is a queercore label that releases albums by such Pacific Northwest bands as Shimo, The Haggard, and Swan Island, as well as the Brazilian band Dominatrix. Other new labels include Queer Control, which features the bands Pariah Piranha. Great name. Pariah Piranha. Great name. Homo A Go-Go, right? Very good. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Pariah Piranha, Tough Skin, Nancy Full Force, Once Upon, and others. Yeah, Homo A Go-Go is pretty great. September 2005, Homocore, The Loud and Raucous Rise of Queer Rock by David Simonelli and Ken Knox was published by Allison Books. It traced the history of the movement in the 1990s in the United States and included interviews with some of the contemporary musicians who have been inspired by it. Queercore became an increasingly international phenomenon in the early 2000s, with bands such as Low End Models, Triple Cream from NYC, Rhythm King and Her Friends from Germany, Kids Like Us out of Norway, I know that one, and She Devils from Argentina. From Toronto, Canada, came Kids on TV, whose industrial background offered a new, more electronic style direction for queercore. Similar electronic instrumentation was explored by Lesbians on Ecstasy from Montreal. Great. Canada also birthed the Hidden Cameras, an anti-folk band from Toronto, and Ecum Secum, a queercore band from Halifax. The 2000s also brought a new crop of bands to prominence in the United States. The band Limp Wrist, love it, represent a contemporary breed of hardcore punk. Butch vs. Femme, formed in 2004, are a Riot Girl-inspired indie punk keyboard and drums duo originally from the small town of Dixon, California, saturated with politically powered lyrics surrounding queer issues. Gravy Train! With 4 exclamation points, by the by. A raucous electro-pop band from Oakland, California, known for their sexually explicit lyrics and onstage antics, has released several albums on Kill Rockstar's label. One offshoot of Gravy Train, Hunks and His Punks, are a power pop act more indebted to girl groups and 1960s garage rock. $3 Bill from, God, it's just such good names. $3 Bill from Chicago are an eclectic band whose sound ranges from punk to indie rock to metal. $3 Puta was a synth punk queercore band from Los Angeles. Also citing metal as an inspiration are Ass Acre, great, one-man fantasy metal spaz noise act by artist Ben Aqua from Austin, Texas, and Gay for Johnny Depp, a hardcore band from New York City. The Shondas? I think. Shondas? A 4-piece rock band from Brooklyn combine riot girl punk with classical and traditional Jewish music influences. Similarly, Schmeckel, an all-transgender, all-Jewish Brooklyn band, combines punk rock with klezmer. That's fucking dope. I feel the need to, look them up later. That's dope. Klezmer is just dope in general. Assacre. Oh, like massacre! Assacre. I mean, Assacre. I don't know. Assacre. Massacre. You're right. You're absolutely right. Bruh. I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm doing my best over here, man. Okay. Your Heartbreaks are a multi-instrumental lo-fi band with fluctuating lineup based in Seattle, Washington. Along with these new bands, queercore pioneers Team Drush reunited in the mid-2000s for several tours. The underground Chicago DIY punk scene remains a safe haven for queercore artists to flourish and share their art. Fed Up Fest is a yearly 3-day festival of music, zines, and workshops which celebrate queer culture in the punk community. It also serves as a benefit project for Project Fierce Chicago, which aims to reduce the number of LGBTQ youth who are homeless through transitional housing and support services. That's great. More. The iced coffee is gone. We'll move on to strictly water for now. Anyway, in the UK, there's a burgeoning queercore scene fueled by the aforementioned groups such as Queer Mutiny, Homo Crime, and record labels such as Local Kid, arranging shows and releasing records by bands and artists such as Corey Orbison, Sleeping States, Drunk Granny, Little Paper Squares, Husbands, Fake Tan, and Leon Hall. These bands all combine elements of DIY culture that spurred queercore and the punk sensibility, as seen in two of Manchester's offerings. The lesbian disco punk band Vile Creatures, great, and solo lo-fi electro punk popster Ste Macabre. The self-deprecating humor in this is off the damn charts and it never ends. It's really good. It's really good. Well, I almost wonder, I don't know if it's self-deprecating. Maybe it's self-deprecating. I can definitely see that. I also see it as like just like taking the power back in terms of like these are words or phrases that have been used, that they've been like weaponized against us, so we're going to use it in this new context as a like kind of like just like a fuck you, basically, you know what I mean? That's kind of how I see it more so, especially if we're talking about like the spirit of like anarchist punk kind of stuff, like that makes sense to me. But yeah, I mean, great names. They never ending good names. Let's see, where are we at? Previous band, Steve and Nancy, were considered a major reference for UK queercore in the early 2000s. Music historian Julia Downs additionally identified the following artists and bands in an overview of UK queercore music circa 2003 to 2009. Candy Panic Attack, Chaps, Flamingo 50, Headfall, Hooker, now Lines, Hot Pants Romance, that's a good one, Humosexual, Lake Me, Lesbo Pig, Robin Osterly, Roseanne Barr, with the 2 R's, Sad Shields, Sailor Tongue, Scrag Fight, The Baddies, The Jellas, The Rayographs, Trash Kit, Truly Kaput, Valerie, and Wet Dog. Members of these bands later played in Electra Lane, Shopping, Dream Nails, and others. Reading it like that too, fun? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Sailor Tongue! I know, right? Pretty great. Pretty amazing. Clubwise, Psychodrama in Bristol was a passionate advocate of queercore and maintained a presence for alternative queer youth in the city for over 4 years. Collectives in the northwest of England, such as Manifesta and Lola and the Cartwheels, promoted and organized alternative queer events whilst simultaneously having strong feminist identity. Love it. Love this for us. Love this for us. Pretty much did a word for word then. You're good. Let's see. 2010s. In the UK, record label Tough Enough Records was formed in 2012 from Brighton. Queer Riot Girl DIY club nights. Riots Not Diets. Riots Not Diets is so important too. So good. All of this is so good. I'm so excited about all of this. Let's see. So Riots Not Diets, and focused on releases by queer identifying brands. Elsewhere, events such as Pussy Whipped, Manchester and later Edinburgh, and Queer Riot, London, provided a space for like-minded artists. Since 2015, annual festivals Queer We Go, aka Queer Fest, and Bent Fest have been organized in Leeds and London. Bands in the post-punk, riot girl, and indie pop genres continue to be associated with queercore, including Shopping, Wolf Girl, Martha, Onsigned, Color Me Wednesday, and Gutful. In the U.S., 2017 book Queercore, Queer Punk Media Subculture by Kieran Nault brought renewed attention to the queercore via historical overview and theoretical exploration of homology between queer theory and practice, and punk theory and practice at the heart of queercore media making. Retrospective documentary Queercore, How to Punk a Revolution, directed by Yoni Lacer, was released the same year. An oral history put together from the transcripts of the film, as well as additional interviews called Queercore, How to Punk a Revolution, an Oral History by Liam Moorfield, Walter Crosshole, and Lyser, is to be released by PM Press in 2021. Film. Filmmakers such as Kenneth Anger, Ron Rice, Jack Smith, and early Andy Warhol and early John Waters. John Waters is huge in this kind of scene, I feel like, yeah. Vivian Dick and aforementioned Derek Jarman were influential in their depictions of queer subcultures. In 1990, the editors of JD's began presenting JD's movie nights in various cities, showing films such as Bruce LaBruce's Boy Girl and Bruce and Pepper Wayne Gacy's Home Movies. Oh, wow. I'm like, oh, wow, what a name. J.B. Jones, The Troublemakers, after the demise of JD's, each made films exploring the queercore milieu. LaBruce released the feature-length No Skin Off My Ass in 1991. J.B. Jones, The Troublemakers, was released in 1990, followed by The Yo-Yo Gang in 1992. In 1996, JD's contributor Anonymous Boy completed the first animated queercore film, Green Pubes. Documentary films about queercore included the 1996 release She's Real, Worse Than Queer by Lucy Thane, and Queercore, a punkumentary by Scott Trelevin. Gay Shame 98 by Scott Berry documents the first gay shame event. Tracy Flanagan's Rise Above, a Tri-Bait documentary, was released in 2003. In Pansy Division, Life in a Gay Rock Band by Michael Carmona debuted in 2008, both films playing regularly at film festivals around the world. 2003 saw a premiere of the no-budget comedy Mala Queersh, a queer punk rock show by Sarah Adorable of Scream Club, and Devon Divine, which brought the third wave of queercore to the screen. In 2008, J.B. Jones released the feature film The Lollipop Generation, featuring many of the participants in the queercore scene, including Jenna Von Brooker, Mark Ewert, Vaginal Davis, Jane Danger of $3 Bill, Jen Smith, Joel Gibb, Anonymous Boy, Scott Trelevin, Gary Fembot of Stoppressed, with music by The Hidden Cameras, Anonymous Boy, and The Abominations. Anonymous Boy and The Abominations. That's like one thing. Bunny and the Lakers, Jane Danger, Swish and Duds, Maria Nascenti. All these films impacted the scene and broadened the scope of queercore to include film as another medium of its mediums of expression. Cool. There's a dance rock band in the early 2000s. I can't remember the name. She had some serious lungs. I wonder if you can think about it. Let me know, Fox. I'd love to know. Let's see. Lynn Breedlove, Tribe 8 writer. Matt Wobensmith, Outpunk Zine and label, queercore label. Jody Blyle, Candy Ass Records, Team Dresch, Hazel. The Psychic Sluts, queer performance group. Wendy O'Maddock, spoken word artist, writer. Laura Litter, Fabulous Disaster. Mia DeBruzzi, Mud Women, Fabulous Disaster. And Anna Joy, Blatz, Cipher in the Snow, The Groups, writer, were interviewed in the documentary Step Up and Be Vocal. Interviews zu Queer, Punk und Feminismus in San Francisco. A DIY documentary made by German filmmakers Uta Busch and Sandra Ortman in 2001. Love it. So good. Let's see. I have to head out. This was super interesting. Thanks for being here, Fauna. So good to see you. I hope you have a wonderful day. I'm sure I'll see you soon. Yeah. Thanks again. Thanks again for bringing Quetzalcoatlus and just for hanging out. It's always wonderful having you here. Let's see. 2016 saw the premiere of queer punk rock musical Spiderlings. Spy Darlings, maybe? Directed by Celine Kapasky. The film was released in 2017 by Troma Entertainment. Zines. As with punk and hardcore, Queercore culture existed outside the mainstream, so amateur-produced and inexpensively photocopied zines were crucial to its development and to communication between members of the subculture. I feel like zine culture is so cool. It's so interesting to me, and it's something I know very little about. I remember, so I used to volunteer for this thing called Girls Rock, which is it's like a summer camp basically for girls, and I think now it's including like non-binary femmes. To like form rock bands in the middle of the summer. And so kiddos age 6 to 18, I think, are able to like learn how to play bass, learn how to play guitar, learn how to sing, play keyboard, and then like there's different workshops throughout. So it's very like heavily rooted in riot girl kind of feminism. And it's just like, I don't know, like, so that's where I kind of first started learning about zines, was when I was volunteering for that organization. Zines are rad, right? Strawberry Shortcake? Yeah. So it's something that's like, it's always cool to read about and always cool to learn more about. Because that was one of the workshops that we would always do, is like make your own zine. And so the kids would like make zines. Isn't that neat? Well, I think it started in your neck of the woods. It started in Portland, Oregon, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, Girls Rock, you can look it up. It's a really neat organization. I volunteered a couple years. 1 year I was a keyboard teacher. 1 year I was a vocal instructor. I think those are the two things that I taught. And then I was like a band coach. So basically they would group together kiddos so I think we had like vocals, keyboards, guitar, drums, bass. So 5 different sections. So they would have a class where they learn their instrument or practice their instrument for that day. And then age-wise, they were put into a band. So like one kiddo from each kind of thing, right? And then some of the bands would have like doubled up. But they would, over the course of a week, basically write a song together. And then at the end of the week, they would do a performance. It was really fun. It was really cool. Yeah. Totally makes sense, right? Yeah. So let's see. More about zines. But yeah, zines are really neat. Really neat. Hundreds of zines formed an intercontinental network that enabled queercore to spread and allow those in smaller, more repressive communities to participate and learn about bands, labels, and scene activists. The DIY attitude of punk was integral to queercore as well. In the 1990s, as the availability of internet increased, many queercore zines could be found online as well as in print. Queercore forums and chat rooms such as Queer Punks started up. The Queer Zine Archive Project is an internet database of scanned queer zines that continues to grow. That's really neat. How cool is that? That's dope. That's amazing. In terms of just like documenting history and like having access to that, like allowing other people access to that, that's really cool. Let's see. All these developments allowed queercore to become a self-sustaining, self-determined subculture, expressing itself through a variety of mediums independent of the straight and gay establishment. And now we know. The more we know. This is very cool. Again, Alina, if you just happened to watch the VOD, thank you for bringing this. I really appreciate it. This was really neat to learn about. Good old queercore, man. The Gossip. Okay. I'll have to check them out. I'm not familiar. I'll definitely have to check them out. Are we ready to read about Helen Quinn? This is Wondergoon's topic. Wondergoon had to go, but Wondergoon is amazing in terms of like always bringing us badass women in STEM. So we're going to read about Helen Quinn. Helen Rhoda Arnold Quinn, born 19 May 1943, is an Australian-born, you know what? May 19th is my cat's birthday. Anyway, she just turned 4. That's silly, but true. Australian-born particle physicist. This is very on brand in terms of us learning about quantum land, yeah? Particle physicist and educator who has made major contributions to both fields. Her contributions to theoretical physics include the Passea-Quinn theory, which implies a corresponding symmetry of nature, related to matter-antimatter symmetry and the possible source of dark matter that pervades the universe. Dark matter is another thing. We've read about quantum land, we've read a little bit about black holes, dark matter. These are all things that my brain is like, I don't understand. Like, I kind of understand, but I don't understand at all. You know what I mean? Don't think they were around for too long. Just dropped out of the limelight. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check them out. I always love a powerful singer, too. We love a singer with pipes, you know what I mean? Let's see. So, dark matter that pervades the universe, and contributions to the search for a unified theory for the 3 types of particle interactions: strong, electromagnetic, and weak. As chair of the Board on Science Education of the National Academy of Sciences, Quinn led the effort that produced a framework for K through 12 science education, practices, cross-cutting concepts, and core ideas. Interesting. The basis for next generation science standards adopted by many states. Cool. That's really neat. Her honors include the Dirac Medal of the International Center for Theoretical Physics, the Oscar Klein Medal from the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, appointed as an honorary officer of the Order of Australia, the J.J. Sakurai Prize for Theoretical Particle Physics from the American Physical Society, the Carl Taylor Compton Medal for Leadership in Physics from the American Institute of Physics, and the 2018 Benjamin Franklin Medal in Physics from the Franklin Institute. Yay, Bonnie! Good old Bonnie. We love my cat. She's taking a nap right now. I feel like I shouldn't say her name too loudly because she'll be like, who, me? And then just come destroy things. But she is my cat, and I do love her a lot. Okay, let's see. I know that, this is a pretty short one. I think we can just go for it. Quinn grew up in Australia and graduated from 1959 from Tintern Grammar, Tintern Church of England's Girls' Grammar School in Ringwood, East Victoria, Australia. She began college at the University of Melbourne before moving to the United States and transferring to Stanford University. She received her PhD from Stanford in 1967 at a time when less than 2% of physicists were women. Wow. She did her postdoctoral work at DESY, the German synchrotron laboratory in Hamburg, Germany. She next spent 7 years at Harvard University before returning to Stanford, where she became a professor of physics in the SLAC theory group at the Stanford Linear Accelerator Laboratory. She retired in 2010 and devoted her efforts to education, especially K through 12 and preschool science and multilingual education. Cool. She and her husband raised 2 children and have 3 grandchildren. That's neat. Very interesting. Biggest song to save for later. Okay. I was going to say, Fox, are you in the Discord? It's okay if you're not. I was going to say, if you save it to the Discord, it's a little bit easier for me. Because I can't really open it right now, but I will do my best. I will do my best to, I guess I can't open it right now. It's just gonna be one of those things. You know what? I'll leave it in that tab. I won't open it. And then I can open it later. There it is. There it is. We found it. Professional contributions. Working with Howard Georgi and Steven Weinberg, Quinn showed how 3 types of particle interactions, strong, electromagnetic, and weak, which look very different as we see their impact in the world around us, become very similar and extremely high energy processes, and so might be 3 aspects of a single unified force. With Roberto, I'm going to say Pesci, but I don't think that's right. She originated the Pesci-Quinn theory, which suggested a possible near symmetry of the universe, now known as the Pesci-Quinn symmetry, to explain how strong interactions can maintain CP symmetry, the symmetry between matter and antimatter. Again, antimatter makes 0 sense to me. It's amazing. I don't understand it. When weak interactions do not. One consequence of this theory is a particle known as the axion, which has yet to be observed, but one candidate for the dark matter that pervades the universe. She showed how the physics of quarks. What are quarks? A quark is a type of elementary particle and fundamental constituent of matter. Quarks combine to form composite particles called hadrons, the most stable of which are protons and neutrons. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. The components of atomic nuclei. Okay. All right. Regardless of the details of the hadron structure, with Enrico Poggio and Steven Weinberg, this useful property now known as the quark-hadron duality. She has given public talks in various countries on the missing antimatter, which she suggests in which she suggests that this area of research is promising. In 2001, she was elected to become president of the American Physical Society for the year 2004. She was the fourth woman to be elected to the APS presidential line in the Society's 102-year history. Quinn has had a long-term engagement in education issues. She was a co-founder and the first president of the Contemporary Physics Education Project, and helped design its first product, the Chart of Fundamental Particles and Interactions that appears on many schoolhouse walls next to the periodic table chart. CPEP received the 2017 Excellence in Physics Education Award from the American Physical Society for leadership in providing educational materials on contemporary physics topics to students for over 25 years. She was elected to the National Academy of Sciences, NAS, while she was a staff member at SLAC. She was soon made a full professor of physics at Stanford. As a member of NAS, she joined the Board on Science Education and the National Research Council and has served on a number of its studies. She served as a chair on the board for years 2009 to 14. After retiring from Stanford, she spent a full year on education. She planned and led the work of NRC study committee that produced a framework for K-12 science education to guide the development of multi-state standards for science education. These next generation science standards were released in final form in April 2013. NGSS has been officially adopted by many states in the District of Columbia. Since the release of the framework, she has worked to support the ongoing process of development, adoption, and implementation of the NGSS. With Oki Lee and Guadalupe Valdez, she studied the opportunities for teaching English to English language learners in the context of NGSS. That's really cool. That's really cool. How interesting. In 2015, the president of Ecuador appointed her as a member of the board, Comisión Gestora, charged with leading the new National University of Education. Here's a little bit about her career. Here are her honors. Lots of honors. Many different honors. Damn. Dope, dude. All right. There she is. Helen Quinn. Badass in particle physics. And still alive. A lot of the people that we read about are usually dead at this point, but she's still alive and kicking and probably doing awesome work. Very cool. All right. Is it time to read about question marks? Boo, 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 boo. Oh my God, Bonnie, I knew you'd be here. Hey, why do you always come here? Come here instead. Oh, hi. Oh, you're mad about it. You don't want to do it. See, when you crawl under there, you mess with cords and then end up unplugging things, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like when you unplug my stuff. There she is. That's Bonnie. Hi, bud. What's your plan? What's your plan? All right. Anyway, question mark time. Teller of truths. Are you prepared? Let's read about question marks. The question mark, also known as an interrogation point, query, or eroteme in journalism, is a punctuation mark that indicates an interrogative clause or phrase in many languages. Okay, teller of truths, is there anything in particular you want me to hone in on here? Let me know. Otherwise, we'll just go for it and just live our dreams. Do you have something in particular? I think for me, history is kind of interesting. Also, like the other languages, that's kind of cool. There's so many things. Erotemic, like Socratic method of asking questions. It might be. I'm not familiar. It might be. Is that what eroteme refers to? It doesn't have a link for me, but we can just look it up real quick. let's see. What if we do era team journalism? Question mark. Would it be called arithmetic method? Okay, maybe let's try arithmetic and see what comes up. Not a whole lot is coming up, even though I don't doubt you. It might be. Yeah, I don't know. Great question. I don't know. Anything that's coming up doesn't necessarily look super reputable, and it all seems to like go back to a question mark. Yeah, we'll look into it. Etymology and history, cool. Yeah, try looking for the origin of era team. I mean, we can go to Wiktionary and see what they say. It just comes from ancient Greek. It means question mark. Yeah, everything points back to question mark as an idea. There's no etymology found other than ancient Greek. Yeah. But maybe as we read, we'll find out more. We'll get into it and see if we can find more. You found it? Maybe I was spelling it wrong. Yeah. I mean, okay. So yeah, interrogatory proceeding by means of questions, if that's what you were referring to, I guess. Again, it doesn't really go a whole lot into it. Maybe aromatic method is what you're looking for. Synonym of Socratic method. There you go. There it is. Part of it was that I was spelling it wrong. Yeah. Derived terms. Yeah. So there you go. You are correct. There it is. Aromatic. Yeah, that was my problem, is that I was spelling it wrong. Yeah, it doesn't go into a whole lot of it other than to say that it is a synonym of Socratic method. So it sounds like you're correct in your understanding of it. Yeah. Have no idea how this was in my brain though. No? Did you at one point in your life like study journalism maybe, or just like study like interview techniques? Because it would make sense. Who knows? So many things get into our brains and couldn't tell you why. Here it is. Here are these question marks. Arabic question mark. Never even thought about that. That's cool. No? Huh. I don't know. All right, let's see. History. Lynn Truss attributes an early form of the modern question mark in Western language to Alcuin of York. Alcuin of York. Truss describes the punctus interrogativus of the late 18th century as a lightning flash striking from right to left. Huh. Yeah, I guess. Kinda. Maybe. I don't know. Punctuation system of Aelius Donatus, current through the early Middle Ages, used only simple dots at various heights. The earliest question mark was a decoration of one of these dots with the lightning flash, perhaps meant to denote intonation, and perhaps associated with an early musical notation like neumes, basic element of Western and Eastern systems of musical notation prior to the invention of the 5-line staff notation. Interesting. That's really cool. Another possibility is that it originally was a tilde or titlo, such as this little symbol right here, one of many wavy or more or less slanted marks used in medieval texts for denoting things such as abbreviations, which would later become various diacritics or ligatures. Interesting. Over the next 3 centuries, this pitch-defining element, if it ever existed, seemed to have been forgotten, so that the Alcuinesque stroke over dot sign, with the stroke sometimes slightly curved, is often seen indifferently at the end of clauses, whether they embody a question or not. Don't. I love you. Just be chill. Can you just be chill about it? You be chill about it? No? Not so much? You're pretty chill right here. Will you just hang here while I read stuff? Maybe. Probably not. Let's see. In the early 13th century, when the growth of communities and scholars, universities in Paris and other major cities led to an expansion of streamlining the book production trade, punctuation was rationalized by assigning Alcuin's stroke over dot specifically to interrogatives. By this time, the stroke was more sharply curved and can easily be recognized as the modern question mark. According to a 2011 discovery by Chip Coakley, a Cambridge University manuscript expert, Syriac was the first language to use a punctuation mark to indicate interrogative sentence. The Syriac question mark was known as the Zagwa Elaya upper pair, has the form of vertical double dot over a word. Are you learning? I'm learning. I'm gonna have to, I knew that this would be the end of it because I have to move my hand. Here you go, bud. Okay. Scope. In English, the question mark typically occurs at the end of a sentence where it replaces the full stop period. However, the question mark may also occur at the end of a clause or phrase where it replaces the comma. See also question, comma. Is it good in form, style, meaning? That's interesting. Imagine being almost hit by lightning and then shouting, "What the fuck?" Wait a minute, I'm using that. I'm using this lightning. I'm going to use it as a question. Let's see. Showing off for him, for all of them, not out of hubris. Hubris? Him? What did he have to be hubrid about? I never knew that the word hubrid was a word. That's the adjective form of hubris. Love that. But from mood, nervousness. So here, they are kind of using it in lieu of commas, which makes sense. This is quite common in Spanish, where the use of bracketing question marks explicitly indicates the scope of interrogation. Yeah. En el caso de que no puedas ir con ellos, ¿quieres ir con nosotros? Yeah, that's true. I never thought about that in Spanish. That's so true. In case you cannot go with them, would you like to go with us? A question mark may also appear immediately after questionable data, such as dates. Yeah. Okay, opening and closing question marks in Spanish, which I think is really helpful. It's part of it, they'll go into it, but part of it is that in Spanish, your question form doesn't change from your sentence form. In English, it does, right? We change word order to indicate that something is a question, so it's not as necessary to understand at the beginning of a sentence that it's a question, because you know based on who, what, where, when as your beginning. Granted, or if you start with a verb, like the to be verb or like the word do. But in Spanish, word order doesn't change to indicate that something is a question. So really the only way that you would know is by having enclosed question marks, which is kind of cool. Kind of interesting, right? In Spanish, since the second edition of Ortografía of the Real Academia Española in 1754, interrogatives require both opening and closing question marks. An interrogative sentence, clause, or phrase begins with an inverted question mark and ends with a question mark, as in, ella me pregunta, ¿qué hora es? She asks me, what time is it? Question marks must always be matched, but to mark uncertainty rather than actual interrogation, omitting the opening one is allowed, although discouraged. I've never seen that. Oh, wow, that's interesting. So having it in both places in Spanish is preferred. Even if it's not like a sentence. I see what they're saying. Okay. The omission of an opening mark is common in informal writing, but is considered an error. The one exception is when the question mark is matched with an exclamation part. Oh, I never knew that. I never thought about that. Okay. ¿Quién te has creído que eres? Who do you think you are? Neat. That's cool. I never thought about it. I think because when you learn a second language or another language in a formalized setting, you don't necessarily learn rules with regard to informal language. So this is kind of neat. Let's see. The order may also be reversed, opening with a question mark, ending with an exclamation mark. Nonetheless, even here in academia, recommends matching punctuation. So doing the same thing. ¿Quién te has creído que eres? The opening question mark in Unicode is U plus 00BF. What? Okay, cool. Good to know. In other languages of Spain, Galician, also uses the inverted opening question mark, though usually only in long sentences or in cases that would otherwise be ambiguous. Basque only uses terminal question marks. Interesting. Look at this one. This is a question mark in Armenian. Cool. In Armenian, the question mark is diacritic that takes the form of an open circle and is placed over the last vowel of the question word. Interesting. It is defined as Unicode blah, 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 blah. Greek question mark. The Greek question mark looks like a semicolon. Sorry for screaming about it. It appeared around the same time as the Latin one in the 8th century. It was adopted by Church Slavonic and eventually settled on a form essentially similar to the Latin semicolon. In Unicode, it is separately coded blah. But the similarity is so great that the code point is normalized, marking the marks identical in practice. Yeah, I guess they're like slightly different theoretically, but they look the same to me. It's all Greek to me. In Greek, the question mark is used even for indirect questions. Interesting. Mirrored question mark in right to left scripts. This is something I never knew about. I never knew that it would be mirrored for right to left scripts. That's wild. In Arabic and other languages that use Arabic scripts, such as Persian, Urdu, Uyghur, Arabic form, which are written from right to left, the question mark is mirrored right to left from the Latin question mark. That makes sense. I just never thought about it before. Let's see. Here they have the Unicode again. All right. Are you gonna do this? I'm gonna allow it, but my hope is that you don't unplug stuff. Maybe don't unplug stuff. Maybe just come over here instead. Maybe just be chill, my darling cat. Maybe just be chill. What do you think? You want to come hang out with me? And she does not. She's like, Mother, I would rather not. Okay, you can chill there. Just please don't unplug things. That's all I ask. All I ask is don't unplug things. You can rub your face on my laptop if you really want. Come over here. What a good girl. What a good cat. Oh, you're a good cat. You are. You want to read about question marks with me? Let's see. So they're talking about the way that you would code it in browsers and like on a computer. In addition, the Thana script in Devey uses the mirrored question mark. Wow, that's so cool. The Arabic question mark is also used in some other right to left scripts, Nko and Syriac. Hebrew and Yiddish are also written right to left, but they use a question mark that appears on the page in the same orientation as the right to left question marks. Interesting. So that's like a specific to Arabic thing. Full width question mark in East Asian languages. I was wondering about this. Okay. The question mark is also used in modern writing in Chinese and to a lesser extent Japanese. Usually it's written as full width form in Chinese and Japanese. Okay. Chinese and Japanese also have a spoken indicator of questions, ma and ka respectively, which essentially function as a verbal question mark. Okay. Because of this, in Japanese, use of the question mark is optional. That makes sense. Thus, the same sentence could be written both this way with a question mark or without a question mark. Cool. Huh. Usually the question mark is used. Okay. Neat. There's an Ethiopic question mark. What does that look like? I don't even know. Cool. There's a Vai question mark. Coptic Old Nubian direct question mark. Limbu question mark. Stylistic variants. French usage should include a narrow non-breaking space before the question mark. Oh, interesting. Huh. Que voulez-vous boire? I don't speak French, can you tell? Whereas in the English language orthography, no space is allowed in front of the question mark. Yeah. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Typological variants of the question mark. The rhetorical question mark or per connotation point. See, irony punctuation. That's a cool concept. Okay. Was invented by Henry Denham in 1580s and was used at the end of a rhetorical question. However, it became obsolete in the 17th century. It was the reverse of an ordinary question mark, so that instead of the main opening pointing back into the sentence, it opened away from it. This character can be represented using the reversed question mark. Okay. Bracketed question marks can be used for rhetorical questions. Oh, really? Question mark. That's interesting. In an informal context, such as closed captioning. The question mark can also be used as a meta sign to signal uncertainty regarding what precedes it. It is usually put between brackets. The uncertainty may concern either a superficial level, such as unsure spelling, or a deeper truth, real meaning. In typography, some other variants and combinations are available. So here they are, all the different question marks, 2 question marks, question mark with an exclamation point, or exclamation point with a question mark. Usually used for chess annotation symbols. What? That's wild. Okay. The interrobang, that's funny, is used to combine the functions of the question mark and the exclamation mark, superposing these 2 marks. That's been a word of the day too, superposition. And here we go, universal codes. Yeah, interesting. Huh. Computing. Get some more water real quick. In computing, the question mark character is represented by ASCII code. Hey, teller of truths, if you're still there, I'm gonna maybe skip this part unless you're very curious about it. It's basically just about question marks in computing languages. Are you cool with that? Skip it? Okay, cool. I was gonna say, it's gonna be weird to read. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you for your permission. I appreciate it. Interrobang is a great band name. You should steal it. Do it. Start a band. Do you play anything, Fox Mulder? Are you more of a singer tambourine type? Games. In algebraic chess notation. This is wild to me. But anyway, some chess punctuation includes, conventions include question mark denotes a bad move. Double question mark, a blunder. Question mark with an exclamation point, dubious move. And then exclamation point question mark is an interesting move. Interesting indeed. In Scrabble, a question mark indicates a Blake tile. Huh. I've never actually seen that before. In mathematics, question mark commonly denotes Minkowski's question mark function. In equations, it can mean questioned as opposed to defined. Okay, that makes sense, yeah. In linear logic, the question mark denotes one of the exponential modalities that control weakening and contraction. Medicine. Question mark is used in English medical notes to suggest a possible diagnosis. It facilitates recording of a doctor's impressions regarding a patient's symptoms and signs. For example, a patient presenting with left lower abdominal pain, a differential diagnosis might include a question mark, read as query, diverticulitis. And now we know. Question marks. Teller of truth, that was a good one. Thank you for bringing that. It was very interesting. It's cool to learn about like the use of question marks and the way that question marks are written in other languages. So thank you. Let's see. Used to play drums, played bass mainly in my band, mainly played guitar. Nice. That's great. You're very musical. Well, yeah, no, interrobang. It's all yours. You should do it. Of course. My pleasure. I'm happy to read about it. We've got 2 more topics. I need more water. My water bottle is basically empty at this point. So I'm going to take another quick break. Probably be about 5 minutes. When I come back, we'll read about quinine for Pastor Dave. And then we'll read about Kipu, which is one that we had talked about in previous Wikipedia with me things because of reading about Incas on iWeek, I'm pretty sure. So feel free to stick around. Feel free to go get a snack, get a stretch, get some meds, do what you got to do. And I'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you for being here. See you soon. And Zeta, thank you for the lurk. I see you. I appreciate you. Shout out to the lurkers. Y'all are beautiful. All right, back in action. If you stuck around, thank you so much. You're very sweet. If you didn't, there's so much to do today. There's so many different things you could be doing. So I don't blame you. We've got 2 more topics, and then we'll call it a stream. So up next is quinine. Am I saying that right? Feels like I'm saying it wrong. Quinine. Yeah. This was a topic brought to us by Pastor Dave, who I believe is streaming right now. So if you want to go check out Pastor Dave, I don't know what he's playing, but I think he's streaming right now. I think he is busy. But Pastor Dave, this is for you. This is quinine. Also, my mom wanted me to read about quinine, so it's perfect. Quinine is a medication used to treat malaria and babesiosis, malaria-like parasitic disease caused by infection with a eukaryotic parasite in the order Pyroplasmida, typically Babesia therialia. TLDR, it's similar to malaria, is what I'm understanding. Hold on. Hair in headphones is a thing sometimes. Maybe. Why? Why hair? Why? There we go. Yes-ish? Sure. Good enough. Let's see. So this includes the treatment of malaria due to Plasmodium falciparum. but is resistant to chloroquine, when artesunate is not available. While sometimes used for nocturnal leg cramps, quinine is not recommended for this purpose due to the risk of serious side effects. It can be taken by mouth or intravenously. Malaria resistance to quinine occurs in certain areas of the world. Quinine is also the ingredient in tonic water. Oh, it's the ingredient in tonic water that gives it its bitter taste. Common side effects include headache, ringing in the ears, trouble seeing, and sweating. More severe, side effects to what? Side effects to drinking quinine? Yikes. Okay, so headache, ringing in the ears, trouble seeing, sweating. More severe side effects include deafness, low blood platelets, irregular heartbeat. Use can make one more prone to sunburn. Interesting. While it's unclear if use during pregnancy causes harm to the baby, treating malaria during pregnancy with quinine when appropriate is still recommended. Quinine is an alkaloid, naturally occurring chemical compound. How it works as a medicine is not entirely clear. Weird. Quinine was first isolated in 1820 from a bark of cinchona tree, which is native to Peru, and its molecular formula was determined by Strecker in 1854. The class of chemical compounds to which it belongs is thus called a cinchona alkaloid, called the cinchona alkaloids. Bark extracts have been used to treat malaria since at least 1632, and it was introduced to Spain as early as 1636 by Jesuit missionaries returning from the New World. It is on the World Health Organization's list of essential medicines. Treatment of malaria with quinine marks the first known use of chemical compound to treat infectious diseases. Cool! That's so wild. So here it is. You got a little oxygen. You got a little hydrogen oxygen. You got a nitrogen. You got a hydrogen. You got another nitrogen. You got quinine. There it is. Let's see. So we've got all sorts of different stuff we can read about. Lemon honey water is the best. I guess we'll just get into it, yeah? Why not? Medical. As of 2006, quinine is no longer recommended by the World Health Organization as a first-line treatment for malaria. Interesting. Because there are other substances that are equally effective with fewer side effects. They recommended that it be used only when artemisinins are not available. Artemisinin and its semi-synthetic derivatives are a group of drugs used for the treatment of malaria. Okay. Huh, interesting. Quinine is also used to treat lupus and arthritis. I had no idea. Quinine was frequently prescribed as an off-label treatment for leg cramps at night. This has become less common due to a warning from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration that such practice is associated with life-threatening side effects. Quinine can also act as a competitive inhibitor for monoamine oxidase, an enzyme that removes neurotransmitters from the brain. Yikes! Wait, what? Okay, hold on. Competitive inhibitor of monoamine oxidase. So it as an MOA inhibitor, it has potential to serve as a treatment for individuals with psychological disorders stemming from neurotransmitter deficits. Got it. Okay, I understand. Okay. At first I thought it caused that, Fox. I was like, what the fuck? I was talking medication and it said may cause malaria in the warning. I was like, what the fuck? Wait, did it say may cause malaria? Hold on. Oh, wait, you were taking a medication that said may cause malaria? That's fucking terrible. How does that work? I thought malaria was transmitted to humans by mosquitoes. Do I have a very naive, ignorant understanding of malaria? How does a medication cause malaria? That's fucking terrifying and strange. I do not understand. All right, available forms. Quinine is a basic amine, usually provided as a salt. Various existing preparations include hydrochloride, dihydrochloride, sulfate, bisulfate, and gluconate. In the United States, quinine sulfate is commercially available in 324 milligram tablets under the brand name Qualiquin. You're looking into it now. Wow, wild. Okay, let me know. Please report your findings. All quinine salts may be given orally or intravenously. Quinine gluconate may also be given intramuscularly or rectally. Main problem with the rectal route. What a sentence starter. The main problem with the rectal route is that the dose can be expelled before it is completely absorbed. Yeah, that would be a problem. In practice, this is corrected by giving a further half dose. No, just take it a different way. No injectable preparation of quinine is licensed in the United States. Quinidine is used instead. Quinidine? Medication that acts as a class 1 antiarrhythmic agent in the heart. Oh, interesting. Okay. Huh. Jalen Johnson just got back. Curious about the difference between tonic and soda. Ooh, well, I'm guessing, Jalen, I could be wrong, but my guess is that tonic has quinine in it, whereas soda does not. That is my guess. How are you? Welcome to Q Week. We're reading about quinine. How's it going? How are you? Bartender Guns notate tonic as Q. Yeah, is that it? Is that the difference? I never knew. I'm learning so much. Welcome to Q Week. If you have a Q topic, let me know. We've only got one more after this, so I'll allow it if you've got one in mind, Jalen Johnston. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Here is quinine base in various salts. And now you know. Here we go. This is why it glows. Okay, I've heard this before. This is fucking wild. Okay, so quinine is a flavor component in tonic water and bitter lemon drink mixers. Oh my god, you literally just said this. On the soda gun behind many bars, tonic water is designated by the letter Q, representing quinine. You literally just said that. That's amazing. Tonic water was initially marketed as a means of delivering quinine to consumers in order to offer an anti-malarial protection. According to tradition, because of the bitter taste of anti-malarial quinine tonic, British colonialists in India mixed it with gin and tonic, shut up, to make it more palatable, thus creating the gin and tonic cocktail. I did not know that that's the origin of gin and tonics. That is fucking wild. Just still popular today. This is one of my mom's favorite cocktails. She's a gin lady. While by drinking significant amounts of tonic water, an individual may temporarily be able to achieve sufficient quinine levels to offer anti-malarial protection. This is not a sustainable long-term means of protection. Interesting. If I'd have just shut up, we'd have gone there together. What? So wrong. Oh, meningitis may cause meningitis, not malaria. I was gonna say, I was like, what the fuck kind of medicine are you taking? Okay, that makes more sense. So here we go. Tonic water in normal light and ultraviolet black light. Quinine content of tonic water causes it to fluoresce under black light. So cool and so weird. In France, quinine is an ingredient of an aperitif known as quinquina. How do you in French? Quinquina? Fancy? Okay, anyway. Or cap course, and is the wine-based aperitif Dubonnet. In Spain, quinine, also known as Peruvian bark from its origin, from the native cinchona tree, is sometimes blended into sweet Malaga wine, which is then called Malaga Malaga Quina. In Italy, the traditional flavored wine Barolo Cinato is infused with quinine and local herbs and is served as a digestif. In Scotland, the company AG Bar uses quinine as an ingredient in the carbonated and caffeinated beverage Urn Brew. Huh. I'm not familiar with this. Oh, maybe I am familiar with this. It's a weird soda, right? Okay, interesting. In Uruguay and Argentina, quinine is an ingredient of PepsiCo tonic water named Paso de los Toros. In Denmark, it is used as an ingredient in carbonated sports drink Faxkondi, made by Royal Unibrew. As a flavoring agent in drinks, quinine is limited to less than 83 parts per million in the United States and 100 milligrams per liter in the European Union. Wild. Wow. It was about 6 months ago, so blame time and not my sieve of a brain. You love Faxkondi? I'm not even familiar with it, Kate. The can The marketing is beautiful. Danish soft drink. Cool. Yeah, I'm not familiar. It looks neat though. Okay, so now I have a question for bartender type folks. So when you're talking about bitters, in terms of like adding bitters into a cocktail, is quinine an ingredient in bitters? Because I know that bitters are generally speaking just like herbal the essences derived with a strong alcohol, right? Generally speaking. But it would make sense. Doesn't even know. Tastes kind of like ginger ale. I love ginger ale. I'm a big fan of that. Kate, did I ask you if you have a topic? I was going to say, we're surprisingly punctual today, so if you happen to have one, let me know. No pressure, though. I'm always down to end early. It's not even, it wouldn't even be early. I'm always down to end after 5 hours of stream rather than 7 hours of stream. But if you do have one, let me know. I'm into that. I'll just drink ginger beer just like straight because I just love the like strong ginger flavor, honestly. Very into it. Let's see, scientific. Quinine and quinidine, I think that's how you would say it, are used as a chiral moiety. What the fuck does that mean? In chemistry, a molecule or ion is called a chiral. Hello? If it cannot be superposed on its mirror image by any combination of rotations, translations, and some conformational changes. Wow. No quinine in bitters to my knowledge. Thank you. Good to know. No, we have not talked about quokkas. I like how you're like, I assume. You assume incorrectly. We'll end with quokkas today. Perfect. Love that for us. Look at this little guy. Yeah, we'll end with that today. That's great. Love it. Okay, beautiful. They're the cutest. No quinine and bitters. That's good to know. Okay, let's see. So, chiral moiety for the ligands used in a sharpless asymmetric dihydroxylation, as well as for numerous other chiral catalyst backbones. The fuck does any of that mean? Because of its relatively constant and well-known fluorescence quantum yield, quinine is used in photochemistry as a common fluorescence standard. Oh, okay, all right, I can see that. Contraindications. Because of the narrow difference between its therapeutic and toxic effects, quinine is a common cause of drug-induced disorders, including thrombocytopenia and thrombotic microangiopathy. Even from minor levels occurring in common beverages, quinine can have severe adverse effects involving multiple organ systems, among which are immune system effects and fever, hypotension, hemolytic anemia, acute kidney injury, liver toxicity, and blindness. Yeah, not great. I mean, I imagine that's why they limit the parts per million with regard to like different drinks, right? In people with atrial fibrillation, conduction defects, or heart block, quinine can cause heart arrhythmias and should be avoided. Interesting. Quinine can cause hemolysis, rupturing of red blood cells. Yikes! In the G6PD deficiency, an inherited deficiency, but this risk is small and the physician should not hesitate to use quinine in people with G6PD deficiency when there's no alternative. Interesting. I think that's true with a lot of medicines, right? Like the potential to be toxic, but outweighing the like, the risk versus benefit kind of thing, right? Okay, let's see. Adverse effects. Quinine can cause unpredictable, serious, and life-threatening blood and cardiovascular reactions, including low platelet count, hemolytic uremic syndrome, thrombocytopenic purpura, long QT syndrome, and other serious cardiac arrhythmias, including torsades de puentes, blackwater fever, disseminated intravascular coagulation, leukopenia, and neutropenia. Some people who have developed TTP due to quinine have gone to develop kidney failure. Yikes. It can also cause serious hypersensitivity reactions, including anaphylactic shock, urticaria, urticaria? Hives. Serious skin rashes, including Stevens-Johnson syndrome and toxic epidermal necrolysis, angioedema, facial edema, bronchospasm, granulomatous hepatitis, and itchiness. Okay. Most common adverse effects: involve a group of symptoms called synchonism, which can include headache, vasodilation and sweating, nausea, tinnitus, hearing impairment, vertigo or dizziness, blurred vision, disturbance in color perception. More severe synchonism includes vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, deafness, blindness, and disturbances in heart rhythms. That's the big one that is. I mean, they're all not great, right? But that is the scariest in my mind. Had to take a medication that basically layered my stomach in order to take another drug that would have destroyed my stomach over time. Right? Yeah, fascinating, right? So there are certain things where it's like, this is toxic, but you also need it, but also how do we give it to you in a safe way? That's really interesting, Fox. Huh. Got to coach your stomach for this medicine that will destroy your stomach, but will help you with other things. Yeah, that's fascinating. Synchonism is much less common when quinine is given by mouth, but oral quinine is not well tolerated. Quinine is exceedingly bitter, and many people will vomit after ingesting quinine tablets. Other drugs such as Fansidar, sulfadoxine with pyrimethamine, or Malarone, proguanil with atovaquone, are often used when oral therapy is required. Quinine ethyl carbonate is tasteless and odorless, but is available commercially only in Japan. Blood glucose, electrolyte, and cardiac monitoring are not necessary when quinine is given by mouth. Interesting. Quinine has diverse unwanted interactions with numerous prescription drugs, such as potentiating the anticoagulant effects of warfarin. Warfarin? Quimidine? Anticoagulant. Okay, yeah, for folks that have blood clots or at risk of blood clots. Interesting. Okay, mechanism of action. Quinine is used for its toxicity to the malarial pathogen, Plasmodium falciparum, by interfering with the parasite's ability to dissolve and metabolize hemoglobin. As with other quinoline antimalarial drugs, the precise mechanism of action of quinine has not been fully resolved, although in vitro studies indicate it inhibits nucleic acid and protein synthesis and inhibits glycolysis in P. falciparum. The most widely accepted hypothesis of its action is based on the well-studied and closely related quinoline drug, chloroquine. This model involves the inhibition of hemazoin biocrystallization in the heme detoxification pathway, which facilitates the aggregation of cytotoxic heme. Free cytotoxic heme accumulates in the parasites, causing their deaths. Interesting. Quinine may target the malaria purine nucleoside phosphorylase enzyme. It kills bacteria. No, it kills malaria. What is malaria? A parasite. It kills parasites. Chemistry. The UV absorption of quinine peaks around 350. I don't know what NM is. Let me know if you know. In UVA, fluorescent emission peaks at around 460. Guys, now I need to look up what NM is. What is NM? In measurement? Yeah, in measurement. Nanometers? Nanometer. In terms of like wavelength? That's what we're talking about, nanometers. Okay, cool. Got it. Let's see. So peaks at around 460 nanometers, bright blue cyan hue. Quinine is highly fluorescent. Quantum yield is about 0.58 in 0.1 meter sulfuric acid solution. Damn. Synthesis. Cinchona trees remain the only economically practical source of quinine. However, under wartime pressure during World War II, research towards its synthetic production was undertaken. A formal chemical synthesis was accomplished in 1944 by American chemists R.B. Woodward and W.E. Doring. Since then, several more efficient quinine total syntheses have been achieved, but none of them can compete in economic terms with isolation of the alkaloid from natural sources. The first synthetic organic dye, Malvine, Movine? Like mauve? Huh. Was discovered by William Henry Perkin in 1856 while he was attempting to synthesize quinine. I kind of love like accidental discoveries like that. I think they're really cool. I might go ahead. Ooh, look at this plant. I was like, I might skip some things because I don't know. Because I don't know what they mean. That's not a good reason to skip things, but I'm gonna. History. Look at this beautiful flower. This is a 19th century illustration of Cinchona calicea. Quinine was used as a muscle relaxant by the Quechua people. What? Who are indigenous to Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador to halt shivering. Quechua would mix the ground bark of cinchona trees with sweetened water to offset the bark's bitter taste, thus producing something similar to tonic water. Spanish Jesuit missionaries were the first to bring cinchona to Europe. The Spanish had observed the Quechua's use of cinchona and were aware of the medicinal properties of the cinchona bark by the 1570s or earlier. Nicolas Monardes, 1571, and Juan Fragoso, 1572, both described a tree, which was subsequently identified as the cinchona tree, whose bark was used to produce a drink to treat diarrhea. Quinine has been used in unextracted form by Europeans since at least the early 17th century. Get some more lemon honey water. Let's see. Popular story of how it was brought to Europe by the Countess of Chinchon was debunked by a medical historian, Alec Haggis, around 1941. During the 17th century, malaria was endemic to the swamps and marshes surrounding the city of Rome. It had caused the deaths of several popes, many cardinals, and countless common Roman citizens. Most of the Catholic priests trained in Rome had seen malaria victims and were familiar with the shivering brought on by the febrile phase of the disease. Like, is that like early on? They will not tell me. The Jesuit Agostino Solimbrino, 1564 to 1642, an apothecary by training who lived in Lima, now present-day Peru, observed the Quechua using the bark of the cinchona tree to treat such shivering. While its effect in treating malaria and malaria-induced shivering was unrelated to its effect in controlling shivering from rigors, it was a successful medicine against malaria. At the first opportunity, Solimbrino sent a small quantity to Rome for testing as a malaria treatment. In the years that followed, cinchona bark, known as Jesuit's bark or Peruvian bark, became one of the most valuable commodities shipped from Peru to Europe. When King Charles II was cured of malaria at the end of the 17th century with quinine, it became popular in London. It remained an anti-malarial drug of choice until the 1940s when other drugs took over. The form of quinine most effective in treating malaria was found by Charles Marie de la Condamine in 1737. In 1820, French researchers Pierre-Joseph Pelletier and Joseph Ben-Ami Caventou first isolated quinine from the bark of the tree in the genus Cinchona, probably Cinchona pubescens, and subsequently named the substance. The name was derived from the original Quechua, Inca word for cinchona tree bark, quina or quina, which means bark of bark or holy bark. Prior to 1820, the bark was dried, ground to a fine powder, mixed into a liquid, commonly wine, in order to be drunk. I love that the solution, whenever something is like too bitter to drink, it's like mix it with some alcohol, it'll be fine. It's great. Large-scale use of quinine as a malaria prophylaxis started around 1850. In 1853, Paul Briquet published a brief history and discussion of the literature on quina. Quinine played a significant role in the colonization of Africa by Europeans. The availability of quinine for treatment has been said to be the prime reason Africa ceased to be known as a white man's grave. Interesting. Historians said it was quinine's efficacy that gave colonists fresh opportunities to swarm into the Gold Coast, Nigeria, and other parts of West Africa. Damn. There's so much about that in terms of it being like learned about as an indigenous medicine in South America and then used to colonize Africa. Like there's a lot to unpack there. To maintain their monopoly on cinchona bark, Peru and surrounding countries began outlawing the export of cinchona seeds and saplings in the early 19th century. In 1865, Manuel Incra Mamani collected seeds from a plant particularly high in quinine and provided them to Charles Ledger. Ledger sent them to his brother, who sold them to the Dutch government. Mamani was arrested on seed collecting trip in 1871 and beaten so severely, likely because of providing the seeds to foreigners, that he died soon afterward. Wow. By the late 19th century, the Dutch grew the plants in Indonesian plantations. Soon they became the main supplier of the tree. Interesting. In 1913, they set up the Quina Bureau, a cartel of cinchona producers charged with controlling price and production. By the 1930s, Dutch plantations in Java were producing 22 million pounds of cinchona bark, or 97% of the world's quinine production. U.S. attempts to prosecute the Quina Bureau proved unsuccessful. I can read. During World War II, Allied powers were cut off from their supply of quinine when Germany conquered the Netherlands and Japan controlled the Philippines and Indonesia. The U.S. had obtained 4 million cinchona seeds from the Philippines and began operating cinchona plantations in Costa Rica. Additionally, they began harvesting wild cinchona bark during the cinchona missions. Oh, such supplies came too late. Tens of thousands of U.S. troops in Africa and the South Pacific died of malaria due to lack of quinine. Despite controlling the supply, the Japanese did not make effective use of quinine, and thousands of Japanese troops in the South Pacific died as a result. Wow. Quinine remained the anti-malarial drug of choice until after World War II. Since then, other drugs have fewer side effects, such as chloroquine, have largely replaced it. Bromoquinine were brand name cold tablets containing quinine, manufactured by Grove Laboratories. They were first marketed in 1889 and available until at least the 1960s. Conducting research in central Missouri, Dr. John S. Sappington independently developed an anti-malarial pill from quinine. Sappington began importing cinchona bark from Peru in 1820. In 1832, using quinine derived from cinchona bark, Sappington developed a pill to treat a variety of fevers, such as scarlet fever, yellow fever, influenza, in addition to malaria. These illnesses were widespread in Missouri and Mississippi valleys. He manufactured and sold Dr. Sappington's anti-fever pills across Missouri. Demand became so great that within 3 years, Dr. Sappington founded a company known as Sappington & Sons to sell his pills nationwide. Interesting. Talking of scientific accidents, high-density rubber made by the creator of Goodyear tires after accidentally dropping some rubber on a hot stove with other chemicals. Interesting. We had, when we were kids growing up, a book that was all about like accidental inventions. I vaguely remember reading about that. That's really cool. It's like cheese was kind of an accidental invention, which that one makes sense, right? But the fact that someone decided to eat it is interesting. But yeah, accidental inventions are so great. Fudge was an accidental invention. I'm trying to think of what else. Lots of weird food things. But yeah, rubber. Who knew? Love it. Let's see. Natural occurrence. The bark of Remihia contains 0.5 to 2% of quinine. The bark is cheaper than the bark of cinchona. Interesting. As it has an intense taste, it is used for making tonic water. Okay, sorry. Regulation in the United States. From 1969 to 1992, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, received 157 reports of health problems related to quinine use, including 23 which had resulted in death. In 1994, the FDA banned the marketing of over-the-counter quinine as treatment for nocturnal leg cramps. That's a wild one. Penicillin was also an accident. Yeah, totally. Lots of things involving like mold and fermentation and all of that kind of, I think, were like accidental. But yeah, penicillin I'm pretty sure was accidental. Yeah. Fascinating, no? I love that. That's where it's like, I don't know, like again, my mom was here last week to do science experiments, and it's kind of one of those fun things where it's like, science at its heart is like exploration and like this idea of like failing with regard to like experiments. It's like, maybe it's a failure, but also that leads you down the path of discovering other things that may or may not be useful, you know? Let's see. Yeah, leg cramps. That's wild. Pfizer Pharmaceuticals had been selling the brand name Legatrin for this purpose. Also sold as a soft gel by SmithKline Beecham as Qvel. Doctors may still prescribe quinine, but the FDA has ordered firms to stop marketing unapproved drug products containing quinine. The FDA is also cautioning consumers about off-label use of quinine to treat leg cramps. I never knew that was a thing. Went on to change the world. Best accident ever. Totally. 100%. So many of them. Accidental inventions would be a good one to look up for a week next time around. Once we come back full circle on the alphabet thing. Yeah, because those are all kind of fun and interesting to learn about, I think. Let's see. Quinine is approved for the treatment of malaria, also commonly prescribed to treat leg cramps and similar conditions. Because malaria is life-threatening, the risks associated with quinine are considered acceptable when used to treat that affliction. That makes sense. The legatrine was banned by the FDA for the treatment of leg cramps. The drug manufacturer URL Mutual has branded a quinine-containing drug named Qualiquin. It is marketed as a treatment for malaria and is sold in the United States only by prescription. In 2004, the CDC reported only 1,347 confirmed cases of malaria in the United States. Cutting agent. Quinine is sometimes detected as a cutting agent in street drugs such as cocaine and heroin. I did not know that. Interesting. Well, that would make sense in terms of geography, it being a South American tree and then cocaine trade. Huh. Other animals. Quinine is used as a treatment for cryptocaryon irritants, commonly referred to as white spot, crypto, or marine itch infection of marine aquarium fish. And now you know. Quinine. That was an interesting one. That's really cool. There's so much to it. All right, 2 more topics. We're going to read about quipu, which I feel like we were talking about this quinine being an indigenous medicine first, right? Now we're going to talk about quipu, which is from the Incan Empire. So here we go. Quipu, also spelled quipu, are recording devices fashioned from strings historically used by a number of cultures in the region of the Andean South America. A quipu usually consisted of cotton or camelid fiber strings. The Inca people used them for collecting data and keeping records, monitoring tax obligations, collecting census records, calendrical information, and for military organization. The cords stored numeric and other values encoded as knots. Fucking wild. Often in a base 10 positional system. A quipu could have only a few or thousands of cords. The configuration of quipus has been compared to string mops. Archaeological evidence has also shown the use of finely carved wood as a supplemental and perhaps sturdier base to which the color-coded cords would be attached. A relatively small number have survived. Objects that can be identified unambiguously as quipus first appeared in the archaeological record in the first millennium AD, though debated quipus are much earlier. You learned about these? They're so cool. It's so wild. Yeah, a lot of South American stuff this week. It's neat. I mean, I guess the letter Q, it makes sense in terms of like Quechua, and again, we were talking about like Q being used in Spanish far more often than in English. Like it kind of makes sense. But yeah, a lot of South American stuff, and I guess South American and Mesoamerican, right? Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, the part of why I wanted to read this. So we read about the Incan Empire during I Week, and so quipus came up, and I had never heard of them before, and so my brain is like, how does this work as a record-keeping device? I'm so curious about it. Let's see. They subsequently played a part in the administration of the Kingdom of Cusco and later Tawantinsuyu, the empire controlled by the Inca ethnic group, flourishing across the Andes from circa 1100 to 1532 AD. Some have argued that this region was subsumed under the Spanish Empire. The quipus were actively destroyed and to be replaced by European writing and numeral systems. But the Spanish response to the quipu is much more complicated than this. While certainly some quipu were identified as idolatrous and destroyed, the Spaniards actually promoted the adoption of the quipu recording system to the needs of the colonial administration, and priests advocated for the use of quipus for ecclesiastical purposes. Interesting. In several modern villages, quipus have continued to be important items for the local community, albeit for ritual rather than practical use. It is unclear as to where or how many intact quipus still exist, and many have been stored away in mausoleums. Interesting. So here's a quipu from the Museo Machu Picchu, Casa Concha, Cusco. So cool. So weird. Knotted strings unrelated to quipu have been used to record information by the ancient Chinese, Tibetans, and Japanese. Quipu is the Spanish spelling of the most common spelling in English. Quipu, pronounced, I think, Quipu, Quipucuna, is the word for knot in Cusco Quechua. Oh, in most Quechua varieties, the term is Quipu. Yeah, with a K. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, well, there's a lot here. Yeah, purpose, I think, is kind of cool. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we're feeling. Quipu is a Quechua word meaning knot or to knot. The terms quipu and quipu are simply spelling variations on the same word. Quipu is the traditional Spanish spelling, while quipu reflects the recent Quechuan and Ayamaran spelling shift. Yeah. So here it says the quipu were knotted string devices that were used for recording both statistical and narrative information. That's where I get so statistical. I can see narrative information is what fascinates me in terms I'm curious to know more. Most notably by the Inca, but also by other peoples of the Central Andes from pre-Incaic times through the colonial and Republican eras, and even in a considerably transformed and attenuated form down to the present day. Gary Urton, archaeologist, 2003. Purpose. Okay, so most information recorded on the quipus consists of numbers in a decimal system, such as Indians chiefs ascertaining which province had lost more than another, balancing the losses between them after the Spanish invasion. Wow. In the early years of the Spanish conquest of Peru, Spanish officials often relied on quipus to settle disputes over local tribute payments or goods production. Quipu Kamayaks, Quechua Quipu Kamayuk, Quipu specialist, plural, Quipu Kamayukuna, could be summoned to court where their bookkeeping was recognized as valid documentation of past payments. So wild. You know what? The Asian connection fits into the theories the Americas were visited by Asian peoples. Oh yeah, there's a lot in terms of like when we look at like human migrational patterns, and then you look at like carbon dating from, not even carbon dating, but identification of human remains from the past, that there's a lot of like connection between like Asian cultures and indigenous cultures in South America. Yeah, I can totally see it, Fox. It makes a lot of sense, right? So there's like a cultural association, there's like a genealogical association. Yeah, really interesting. Really interesting. Some of the knots, as well as other features such as color, are thought to represent non-numeric information, which has not been deciphered. It is generally thought that the system did not include phonetic symbols analogous to the letters of the alphabet. However, Gary Urton has suggested that the quipus used a binary system which could record phonological or logographic data. His student Manny Medrano has gone further to find quipus that decode them to match census data. Cool. Quipuca Mayak in El Primer Nueva Coronica. On the lower left is a Yupana, an Inca calculating device. Damn. That's quite the quipu. Let's see. Lack of clear link between any indigenous Peruvian languages and the quipus has historically led to the supposition that quipus are not a glottographic writing system and have no phonetic referent. Frank Salomon of the University of Wisconsin has argued that quipus are actually a semasiographic language, a system of representative symbols such as music notation or numerals that relay information but are not directly related to speech sounds of a particular language. The Quipu Database Project, KDP, begun by Gary Urton, may have already decoded the first word from a quipu, the name of a village, Purochuco, which Urton believes was represented by 3-number sequence, similar to a zip code. If this conjecture is correct, quipus are the only known example of a complex language recorded in a 3D system. That's fucking wild. Fucking wild. Blows my mind. Let's see, like the inability to grow beards like Westerners, Inca and Aztec statues with Asian features, the handbag symbolism I mentioned earlier across the world. Very interesting stuff. Yeah. Well, like I said, Fox, there's genealogical rise in terms of like looking at skeletal remains and the similarities between ancient skeletal remains in South America and ancient skeletal remains in parts of Southeast Asia. And yeah, again, like human migrational patterns, if you look at like humans migrating north from Southeast Asia and then going across the Bering Strait and then potentially south because of cold climate kind of stuff. Like it makes sense on some level. Like there's a lot to it. I remember studying it kind of a little bit when I was studying anthropology. But yeah, all those similarities totally make sense. Totally makes sense. Rad as hell. So cool. It's so like innovative and so like it's such a unique way to document information, I think, you know? I just spilled tea all over myself. Luckily, I'm wearing black. But guys, I spilled it all over myself. You know why? Because there's a piece of lemon in here and it betrayed me. No, I love the tangents. That's why we're here. Guys, my tea betrayed me. 2 seconds. It's like how if you're like drinking a glass of water and there's a bunch of ice in it and then the ice just decides to like hit you in the face. That's what just happened with the lemon. And then I just got lemon water like all over my shirt, which is fine, but it just didn't feel great. Cheers. I'm now drinking with more caution rather than with wild abandon. Okay, anyway. Yeah, no, don't apologize for the tangents. That's why we're here. All about tangents. That's the whole thing, right? Let's see. Most recently, Sabine Hyland has made the first phonetic decipherment of a quipu, challenging the assumption that quipus do not represent information phonetically. After being contacted by local woman Michelle Moreira Orozco, the head of the Association of Coyatinos in Lima, Hyland was granted access to a epistolary writing directed or sent to a person or group of people, usually an elegant and formal didactic letter. An epistolary quipus of San Juan de Collada. These quipus were exchanged during an 18th century rebellion against the Spanish government. A combination of color, fiber, ply direction leads to a total of 95 combinations. Wow! In these quipus, which is within the range of logosyllabic writing system. That's wild. Exchanging information about the rebellion through quipus would have prevented Spanish authorities from understanding the messages if they were intercepted. That's interesting. I was wondering, I was like, why would they outlaw them? And that's why, because they don't understand them. That's why. That's interesting. And just because, linguistic oppression is a good way to oppress the people, right? It's a really good way to oppress people. Anyway, where am I? What happened? Where? Why? What? Where? How? Right, okay. They were intercepted, and the Collada quipus were non-numeric. With the help of local leaders who described the quipu as a language of animals, Hyland was able to translate the names of 2 Alis, or family lineages, who received and sent the quipu. The translation relied on phonetic references to the animal fibers and colors of the relevant quipu chords. Future research will attempt to determine whether Hyland's findings are applicable to quipus from the Inca period and earlier. Neat. All right, numerical system. Let's see if I can drink this without getting attacked by a lemon. Success. Did it. Marcia Asher and Robert Asher, after having analyzed several hundred quipus, have shown that most information on the quipus is numeric, and these numbers can be read. Each cluster of knots is a digit, and there are 3 main types of knots. Simple overhand knots, long knots, consisting of an overhand knot with 1 or more additional turns, and figure 8 knots. In the Asher system, a 4th type of knot, figure 8 knot with an extra twist, is referred to as an EE. A number is represented as a sequence of knot clusters in a base 10. Powers of 10 are shown by position along the string, and this position is aligned between successive strands. Digits and positions for 10 and higher powers are represented by clusters of simple knots. e.g. 40 is 4 simple knots in a row in the tens position. Cool. Digits in the ones position are represented by long knots, e.g. 4 is a knot with 4 turns. Because of the way that knots are tied, the digit 1 cannot be shown this way and is represented in this position by a figure 8 knot. Okay. 0 is represented by the absence of a knot in the appropriate position. Because the ones digit is shown in a distinctive way, it is clear where one number ends. One strand on a quipu can therefore contain several numbers. For example, if 4s represent 4 simple knots, 3L represents a long knot with 3 turns, E represents a figure 8 knot, and X represents a space. The number 731 would be 7 simple knots, 3 simple knots, and then a figure 8 knot. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. The number 804 would be represented by 8 simple knots, X as in a space, so like a 0, and then 4 long knots with 3 turns, with 4, or a long knot with 4 turns. Okay. This is quite the system. Number 107 followed by the number 51 would be represented by 1 simple knot, a space, a long knot with 7 turns, right? 5 simple knots, and then a figure 8 knot. Wild. This reading can be confirmed by a fortunate fact. Quipus regularly contain sums in a systematic way. For instance, a chord may contain the sum of the next n chords, and this relationship is repeated throughout the quipu. Sometimes there are sums of sums as well. Such a relationship would be improbable if the knots were incorrectly read. Some data items are not numbers, but what Asher and Asher call number labels. They are still composed of digits, but the resulting number seems to be used as a code, much as we use numbers to identify individuals, places, or things. Lacking the context for individual quipus, it is difficult to guess what any given code might mean. Other aspects of quipu could have communicated information as well: color coding, relative placement of chords, spacing, and the structure of chords and subchords. Literary uses. Some have argued that far more than numeric information is present and that quipus are a writing system. This would be especially important discovery as there is no surviving record of a written Quechua predating the Spanish invasion. Possible reasons for this apparent absence of a written language include destruction by the Spanish of all written records, that's like highly probable, the successful concealment by the Inca peoples of those records. Making the matter even more complex, the Inca kept separate quipu for each province on which a pendant string recorded the number of people belonging to each category. This creates yet another step in the process of decryption, in addition to the Spanish attempts of eradicating the system. Historians Edward Hyams and George Ordish believe that quipus were recording devices similar to music notation, and that the notes on the page present basic information, and the performer would then bring those details to life. Interesting. In 2003, while checking the geometric signs that appear on drawings of Inca dresses from the first New Chronicle and Good Government, written by Felipe Guaman Poma de Ayala in 1615, Williams Burns Glynn found a pattern that seems to decipher some words from quipus by matching knots to colors of strings. The August 12, 2005 edition of the journal Science includes a report titled Quipu Accounting in Ancient Peru by anthropologist Gary Urton and mathematician Carrie J. Brezine. Their work may represent the first identification of a quipu element for a non-numeric concept, a sequence of 3 figure 8 knots at the start of a quipu. That seems to be a unique signifier. Could be a toponym for the city of Puruchuco near Lima, or the name of the quipu keeper who made it, or its subject matter, or even a time designator. Baydon Davies considers quipus a sign system and develops an interpretation of their physical structure in terms of the concept of a data system. Quipu Kamayukuna, not makers, keepers, the former Inca record keepers, supplied colonial administrators with a variety and quantity of information pertaining to the censuses, tribute, ritual, and calendrical organization, genealogies, and other such matters from Inca times. Performing a number of statistical tests for Quipu sample VA42527. One study led by Alberto Saez Rodriguez discovered that the distribution and patterning of S and Z knots can organize the information system from a real star map of the Pleiades cluster. What? That's the other thing too. So in terms of like mathematics and astronomy and indigenous culture and religion and science is just beyond. Laura Manelli, a professor of pre-Columbian studies at the University of Bologna, Bologna, it's probably not how you say it, go with it, has discovered something which she believed to be a 17th century Jesuit manuscript that describes literary quipus titled Historia et Rudimenta Linguae Peruanorum. This manuscript consists of 9 folios with Spanish, Latin, and ciphered Italian texts. Owned by the family of Neapolitan historian Clara Michinelli, the manuscript also includes a wool quipu fragment. Michinelli believes that the text was written by 2 Italian Jesuit missionaries, Joan Antonio Cumis and Giovanni Anello Oliva, around 1610 to 1638, and Blas Valera, a mestizo Jesuit, sometime before 1618. Along with the details of reading literary quipus, the documents also discuss the events and people of the Spanish conquest of Peru. According to Cumis, since so many quipus were burned by the Spanish, very few remained for him to analyze. As related with the manuscript, the word Pachacamac, the Inca deity of earth and time, was used many times in these quipus. Interesting. Where the syllables were represented by symbols formed in the knots. Following the analysis of the use of Pachacamac, the manuscript offers a list of many words present in quipus. However, both Bruce Mannheim, the director of the Center for Latin American Studies at the University of Michigan, and Colgate University's Gary Urton, question its origin and authenticity. These documents seem to be inspired freely by 1751 writing of Raimondo de Sangro, Prince of San Severo. So basically, my understanding of this is that it's much easier to prove the use of quipus for numerical documentation than it is to prove word documentation or narrative documentation, I should say. Which doesn't mean that narrative documentation wasn't happening, but we haven't been able to decipher it for certain if it was happening, which is really interesting. I think I might skip ahead, but here's a representation of a quipu from 1888. Yeah, I think we might move on to quokkas and then call it a day, huh? Shall we? Want to read about these cute guys and then call it a day? I am excited. I think you pronounce it quokka. Is that right? Not to be confused with quagga. What is quagga? What? The quagga is a subspecies of the plains zebra that was endemic to South Africa until it was hunted to extinction. F's in chat for the quagga. Okay, quokka, also known as the short-tailed scrub wallaby, that's cute, is a small macropod about the size of a domestic cat. It is the only member of the genus Cetonix. Like other marsupials in the macropod family, such as kangaroos and wallabies, the quokka is herbivorous and mainly nocturnal. Quokkas are found on some smaller islands off the coast of Western Australia, particularly Rottnest Island just off Perth and Bald Island near Albany. Isolated, scattered populations also exist in forest and coastal heath between Perth and Albany. A small colony inhabits a protected area of Two Peoples Bay Nature Reserve, where they coexist with a critically endangered Gilbert's potoru? What is that? What is this little guy? The rarest marsupial in the world. Most are endangered and rarest. Little rat guy. Cute. So here's a quokka. Very cute. We'll get into description and other stuff, huh? Quokka weighs 2.5 to 5 kilograms, so 5.5 to 11 pounds. It really is like house cat sized. And 40 to 54 centimeters, 16 to 21 inches long, with a 25 to 30 centimeter long, so 9.8 to 12 inch tail, which is quite short for a macropod. Has a stocky build, well-developed hind legs, rounded ears, and a short, broad head. Its musculoskeletal system was originally adapted for terrestrial bipedal saltation, but over its evolution, its system has been built for arboreal locomotion. Although looking rather like a very small kangaroo. Sorry, I'm so cute. Although looking rather like a very small kangaroo, it can climb trees and shrubs up to 1.5 meters, 4 feet 11 inches. That's half a Toyota Corolla, if anyone was wondering. Let's see, it's so cute and small. Sorry, that's not half that's a quarter Toyota Corolla. You're so cute and small. Its coarse fur is grizzled brown color, fading to buff underneath. The quokka is known to live for an average of 10 years. Quokkas are nocturnal animals. They sleep during the day in Acanthocarpus presi, using the plant's spikes for protection and hiding. Quokkas have a promiscuous mating system. Look at these little guys. After a month of gestation, females give birth to a single baby called a joey. Females can give birth twice a year and produce about 17 joeys during their lifespan. The joey lives in its mother's pouch for 6 months. Once it leaves the pouch, the joey relies on its mother for milk for 2 more months and is fully weaned about 8 months after birth. Females sexually mature after roughly 18 months. When a female quokka with a joey in her pouch is pursued by a predator, she may drop her baby on the ground. The joey produces noises which may serve to attract the predator's attention while the mother escapes. Yikes, dude. By the way, Strawberry Shortcake, if there is anything you want me to hone in on, let me know. It's a fairly short one, so I might just go for it. Yeah. Can I suggest one for the next N before I forget? Navajo Code Talkers. Good one! The nodding system got me thinking about them due to secrecy. Definitely, yeah. I can't guarantee that I'm going to remember it because I might, Fox, do a new system for season 2. I think, inspired by good old Abba Box, our dear friend and Twitch uncle. I might do oh my God, please let me shout out Abba Box. My fucking God. Okay. I might do a queue system so that people can do a exclamation point join. Here's my topic. It would just make my life a little bit easier, but it would be dope to learn about Navajo code talkers because that shit's wild. And I'm totally here for it. I find it fascinating. So yeah, I will try to remember, but also no guarantees is what I will say. I was gonna say, it hasn't been so much of a problem today, but there have been a couple weeks where it's like, I'm going on 8 hours because I don't know how to say no to people, and it would just be easier to also identify who's there and who wants to talk about things, if that makes sense. Yeah. But Navajo Code Talkers, it's in my mind. I'm like, I'll try not to forget. I might not forget. I don't know. I can't guarantee I won't forget. But I love that idea. And then we also have Queen Indinga in something. That was another one for N Week that you were talking about, right? The badass queen. Let's see. So in conclusion, quokkas will drop their babies to escape predators. Here's a family of quokkas. They're really cute. Look forward to the new system. Do you? Thanks. I hope it helps. It'll help me. It'll help my sanity more than anything else, honestly. I don't have anything specific. Want to know? I just want to look at these little guys. Yeah, it's a little harsh. Yeah. The quokka was first described by Dutch mariner Samuel Volkertzoon when he wrote of sighting a wildcat on Rottnest Island. You know what I should do, Fox, now that I'm thinking about it? I should just make a channel in the Discord that is ideas for Wikipedia week. Maybe I'll do that and just see. I just get nervous that it'll get overrun with 20 million. Yeah, this is why I want a queue system. If I get a bazillion things with the letter N, for example, which I probably won't. N wasn't one that got too long, was it? I don't remember. I just get worried because one, I'm bad at saying no because I'm really curious about things and want to learn about everything, and two, that's actually the main reason. So refer back to number 1. Okay, this guy, Samuel Volkertzoon, when he wrote of sighting a wildcat on Rottnest Island in 1658. In 1696, Dutch explorer Wilhelm de Vlaming mistook them for giant rats. Understandable. Naming the island Eiland de Rotnest. Oh, that's why it's called that. And now we know. Which means Rat Nest Island in Dutch. Nice. The word quokka is derived from a Nyunger word, which was probably guaga. Nyunger. Nyunger is an Australian Aboriginal language or dialect continuum still spoken by some members of the Noongar community. Cool. See, there's another end topic. All the end topics. Ecology. During the Pleistocene period, quokkas were more abundant and living on open landscapes. When Europeans arrived in Australia, they introduced new species, some of which became predators to the quokkas. This caused the habitats of quokkas to eventually shift to islands and forests, where there were minimal predators and more vegetation. In the wild, the quokka's roaming is restricted to a very small range in the southwest of Western Australia, with a number of small scattered populations. One large population exists on Rottnest Island and a smaller population on Bald Island near Albany. The islands are free of certain predators such as red foxes and cats. On Rottnest, quokkas are common and occupy a variety of habitats, ranging from semi-arid scrub to cultivated gardens. Prickly acanthocarpus plants, which are unaccommodating for humans and other relatively large animals to walk through, provide their favorite daytime shelter for sleeping. Cute. Additionally, they are known for their ability to climb trees. Love it. Love that for us. If you look at Abba's stream suggestions channel, a lot is thrown in there, so I get your apprehension, right? Yeah, it's one of those where I'm like, I love the idea of it in theory, but also I get nervous about it. I think I might just go with a queue system, but it's always nice. There's always a fear that people won't show up, right? Which is totally understandable because sometimes people are busy or whatever. And so I always want to have a few like backup topics. So it's in my mind. Navajo Code Talkers will now not leave my mind because I'm just continuing to think about it. And it's a good one. I find it fascinating. Anything linguistics oriented or like cultural kind of oriented, I'm like deeply here for. Also cute animals. Basically, you can win my heart over with cute animals or linguistics. Or both. Why not both? Diet. Like most macropods, quokkas eat many types of vegetation, including grasses, sedges, and leaves. A study found that Quicenotia ledifolia, a small shrub species in the family Malvaceae, is one of the quokkas' favorite foods. Rottnest Island visitors are urged to never feed quokkas, in part because eating human food can cause dehydration and malnourishment. That makes sense. Both of which are detrimental to the quokka's health. Despite the relative lack of fresh water on Rottnest Island, quokkas do have higher water requirements, which they satisfy mostly through eating vegetation. On the mainland, quokkas only live in areas that have 600 millimeters, 24 inches, or more of rain per year. The quokkas chew their cud similar to cows. They're weird cow kangaroos. Strawberry Shortcake, do you want to watch a video of a quokka? Because we're gonna. Here goes. Look at it! Oh my god. What a cute little guy. I love him. Loss of Native American languages is heartbreaking, as it sounds beautiful. Yeah. That's something, maybe I've talked about this while you were here, Fox, but yeah, when I was in college, I thought about going into indigenous language preservation. That was something that I definitely, I am passionate about, and also not necessarily a viable career in terms of making a living off of it consistently, but yeah, indigenous language preservation is something that I'm deeply into, deeply fascinated by, and I think is so important. They're so cute, right? One more time for the quokkas. Just one more time. Look at! Sorry, I always yell look at as if you're not watching. It was just when the ears went up. Cute little guy. Just, taking a leaf, chewing on a little, living its dreams. Just living its quokka dreams. Cute. Love it. Love that for us. Population. At the time of colonial settlement, the quokka was widespread and abundant, with its distribution encompassing an area of about 41,200 kilometers squared, 15,900 square miles, the southwest of Western Australia, including the two offshore islands, Bald and Rottnest. By 1992, following extensive population decline in the 20th century, the quokka's distribution on the mainland had been reduced by more than 50% to an area of about 17,800 kilometers squared, 6,900 square miles. So like halved it, more than half. Cut it to more than half. That's what they said. They said it here. Sometimes I just have to, process things out loud. Despite being numerous on the small offshore islands, the quokka is classified as vulnerable. On the mainland, where it is threatened by introduced predatory species such as red foxes, cats, and dogs, it requires dense ground coverage for refuge. Clear fell logging, agricultural development, and housing expansion have reduced their habitat, contributing to the decline of the species, as has the clearing and burning of remaining swamplands. Moreover, quokkas usually have a litter size of 1 and successfully rear 1 young each year. Although they are constantly mating, usually one day after the young are born, the small litter size, along with restricted space and threatening predators, contributes to the scarcity of the species on the mainland. An estimated 4,000 quokkas live on the mainland, and with nearly all mainland populations being groups of fewer than 50, although one declining group of over 700 occurs in the southern forest between Nunnup and Denmark. And Denmark? Is Denmark part of Australia? It's a coastal town in Australia. Welcome to Denmark. Okay, good to know. In 2015, an extensive bushfire near Northcliffe nearly eradicated one of the local mainland populations, with an estimated 90% of the 500 quokkas dying. Sad. You have a huge soft spot for capybaras? See, we gotta remember on Sea Week, capybaras. In 2007, the quokka population on Rottnest Island was estimated at between 8,000 and 12,000. God, okay, random fox, but now that you say that, it just makes me think of that one Bob's Burgers episode where they're on the cruise ship. Do you know what I'm talking about? If you don't know what I'm talking about, you should just Google Bob's Burgers capybara cruise ship, and then you can watch that episode, and it's great. Gina's the best. So is Tina. So is Louise. It's a great show. So is Linda. Everyone's going, you've never... Sorry, that gasp was way too dramatic of a reaction to someone not having watched Bob's Burgers. It's one of my favorite cartoons from the past, 20 years. I think it's so good. It's so well done. It's such a good cartoon. Highly recommend. It's great. It's great. It's very wholesome and real to life, and also, not, I don't know. It's just good. It's just good. It's just a good cartoon. It's it's real, but in a way that is not necessarily devastating, if that makes sense. Because okay, so you've got that, and another one of my favorite cartoons is BoJack Horseman, right? Which is devastating. So it's it's silly and light, but also real. It's not it's ignoring the way that the world works, if that makes sense. I love Bob's Burgers. I'm a big fan. Big fan. And I compared it to BoJack Horseman because they're very dissimilar, although they both, I think, get into the real muck of existence in some ways, if that makes sense. But it's very silly and lighthearted and great. Okay, what are we doing? Talking about quokkas? They've got the Rottnest Island quokkas? Yeah? Quokkas? Quokkas. 2007, the quokka population on Rottnest Island was estimated between 8,000 and 12,000. Snakes are the quokka's only predator on the island. The population on smaller Bald Island, where the quokka has no predators, is 6,600 to 1,000. At the end of the summer and into autumn, a seasonal decline of quokkas occurs on Rottnest Island, where loss of vegetation and reduction of available surface water can lead to starvation. This species saw the most significant decline from 1930 to the 1990s, when their distribution was reduced by over half. De Torres et al., 2007. The quokka markedly declined in its abundance and distribution in the early 1930s, and this tendency has continued till today. Their presence on the mainland has declined to such an extent that they are only found in small groups in bushland surrounding Perth. The quokka is now listed as vulnerable in accordance to the IUCN criteria. Human interaction. Quokkas have little fear of humans and calmly approach people closely, particularly on Rottnest Island, where they are abundant. Though quokkas are approachable, there are a few dozen cases annually of quokkas biting people, especially children. That sounds about right to me. There are restrictions regarding feeding. It is illegal for members of the public to handle the animals in any way, and feeding, particularly of human food, is especially discouraged, as they can easily get sick. An infringement notice carrying a $300 fine can be issued by the Rottnest Island Authority for such an offense. The maximum penalty for animal cruelty is a $50,000 fine and a 5-year prison sentence. Wow. 5 years in prison for feeding a quokka. Don't do it. Don't handle a quokka. Leave them alone. Live and let quokka. That wasn't even a good joke. In addition to restrictions on human interactions with quokkas, they have been tested to be potentially harmful to humans with their high salmonella infection rates, especially in the summer heat. Interesting. This has been proven and experimented by scientists who have taken blood tests on wild quokkas on Rottnest Island. Quokka selfies! Okay, hold on. We'll get there. I'm skipping ahead. I'm too excited. Quokkas can also be observed at several zoos and wildlife parks around Australia, including Perth Zoo, Taronga Zoo, Wildlife Sydney, and Adelaide Zoo. Physical interaction is generally not permitted without explicit permission from supervising staff. Quokka behavior in response to human interaction has been examined in zoo environments. One brief study indicated fewer animals remained visible from the visitor paths when the enclosure was an open or walk-through environment. This may have been due to quokkas acquiring avoidance behavior of visitors, which the authors propose has implications for stress management in their exhibition to the public. That makes sense. Quokka selfies. In the mid-2010s, quokkas earned a reputation on the internet for the world's happiest animals and symbols of their positivity due to their smiles. Many photos of smiling quokkas have since gone viral, and the quokka selfie has become a popular social media trend, with celebrities such as Chris Hemsworth, Shawn Mendes, Margot Robbie, Roger Federer, and Kim Dong-hyuk of Icon. Tourist numbers to Rottnest Island have subsequently increased. So we just read about their potential stress and then people taking selfies with them. I don't know how to feel about it, team. But there it is, quokkas. We did it. We really did it. We really Wikipedia'd. Thank you for hanging out. This is a lovely Q week. Next week, we'll do the letter R, which is really exciting. And in 2 weeks, rather than a Wikipedia with me, I'm going to do a drag stream for funsies. So next week, we'll do the letter R. And then in 2 weeks, I'm going to do a Get Ready With Me and try to follow along with a Trixie Mattel tutorial. And do Trixie Mattel's makeup. So if you don't know the drag queen Trixie Mattel, how is that possible? And then because Trixie's a musician, I'll also play some of her songs while I'm dressed up as Trixie. So that's what's happening the next couple of Sundays. The most cuddly, uncuddleable animals. It's true. Strawberry Shortcake, thanks for being here. Fox, thanks for being here. I know. Trixie stream in 2 weeks. So our next week, Trixie stream the week after that. I will be back. I think I'm going to switch up my schedule. I think I'm going to try to do Tuesdays, Thursdays. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday for video games. Saturday is specifically Skyrim, and then Tuesday, Thursday is going to be whatever I want. And then Sunday, Wiki. Okay? Okay. Oh my God. Oh, it's such a good show. It's so good. It's the best. Y'all are lovely and beautiful and amazing, and now I have to find someone to raid. If I can find my phone. I think I know who I want to raid, but I don't know if they're still online, so let me double check. It's like, I think I know, but I could be wrong, but I think I know, but it could be wrong, but I think I know, but I could be wrong, but I think I know. Oh, I don't think they're online anymore. Sad day. Okay, let me see somebody else. There's always my little brother, always an option. Pastor Dave's hanging out, Tainted's hanging out, Just Kylie's hanging out. with just Kylie. I don't get to stream that often when Kylie's also streaming. And so I think we should go say hi to her. If you don't know Just Kylie is a strong ass bitch who can crush watermelons with her thighs. She did it on stream one time. Right now, I believe she's playing World of Warcraft. So we're going to go hang out with her while she does that. Fox, always a pleasure. Strawberry, always a pleasure. Everyone else who's been chatting and lurking, thank you. I appreciate you. Y'all are the best. I still haven't typed in the raid thing because I'm really good at Twitch. I'm really good at it. I'm excellent at Twitch. Did you know that I'm so good at Twitch? Because I am. Trust it. You have a great day too. Ooh, Fox, by the way, do you know Strawberry Shortcake? Because if you don't, on Mondays, she does Mortal Mondays, where she reads about different things like with regard to death as a subject. And I feel like you would like her. You should go check her out. Okay, anyway, I will see you later. Say hi to Kylie and love you so much. Bye! Okay, bye. Love you. Bye. See you. Bye. Thanks. Bye. Love you. Bye. Bye.